Hello everyone. There is no dog today, so I'm gonna have a placeholder instead. Gonna be like that. He's definitely not staring at me through the door. Okay, and OBS thinks I'm offline. That's always very nice. Well, good luck with that, OBS. I personally don't agree with you. Alright. I vaguely remember what I want to work on today, to be completely honest. It doesn't look like Zed remembers. Alright, here we go. Right. Okay. Okay, I remember. I remembered. Damn, I remember what I need to work on. That's kind of unexpected, actually. So on yesterday's stream, I tried to improve my file system by adding aliases, which hopefully work in a somewhat opaque way, in the sense that you don't have to worry about whether a file that you're trying to access is an alias or not. The file system takes care of that. Although it was pointed out that it should still be possible to know whether it is or not, just so you know if you're deleting a real file or if you're deleting an alias to a file. But it's it shouldn't be different the way that you access data through an alias or not. Whereas I believe on Linux normally it is. Honestly, haven't even looked too much into it to know, but let me do a test. Why are you trying to create a new? Well, no, okay, I just want a new file here. And we're gonna add some studio and any other files that I need to access files. I'm honestly not sure. I guess I'll get to them when I get to them. Don't really need arguments, but they are supposed to be there. All right, so I'm going to open a you know what, let me just copy code for this. I don't remember how to do this in Linux. This reads a full file in Linux, so this will do. All right. Just get rid of that. Maybe get some syntax highlighting, that would be nice. Alright, so to open a file, you need to open the file with a specified path. You need to open it for reading. Then you seek to the end and you call ftel to tell you the size. Then you rewind and that gives you the size of the file, at which point I can allocate a buffer and read into it, and then close the file. I think you can do seek also, but hey, quick question. If I'm opening a file and it returns a file descriptor, why does the file descriptor not describe the file? Cosmitech, hello. I feel like that should be a logical thing. Actually, I don't even know what the structure looks like. I'm not sure if... no, cannot help. Alright, we're gonna save this one as test, because I already called the other file alias test. And I'm going to create a... Is it new file first, then old file, or old file first, then new file? It's old file first. They call it test.h. I meant to call it test.c. Okay, not sneezing. Oh, I called it test.h and then this thing. Damn. So it's supposed to be this. S original and then link. Thank you. Missing destination file operand after test.h. But it worked. So what are you complaining about? Anyway. Original is test.c and the other one is just called alias test, no extension. Alright, so that creates... It didn't work. Oh lord. What a mess. Okay, hold on. Let me just... Why does the C file want to open with the text editor instead of Z? I'm so confused as to what's happening. Anyway. Right, this is actually not part of that, and Zalek doesn't really exist. We got Malik. No, we don't. Right, it interpreted as... Yeah, okay, this is... Missing destination file, because yeah, this is interpreted as a... Got it. Okay, that's true. Call to undefined library. Wait, Malik... you can tell I don't write like vanilla libc code. Cause like, why would I do that to myself? stdlib. stdlib. Are we sure about that? Yep. Okay, so stdio gives me files, but stdlib gives me malloc. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, so test.c is now the program that is going to try to open itself through a link. I want to see if it is as transparent as it should be. I have a feeling that at least for 9p it isn't. I don't know about this. Alias test now points to, yes, the correct file. And if I compile this shit test.c into test, that would be into test. And then I run tests. Did I print anything? Printf. Not sure why we're in QEMU as a folder here. Anywho, we're going to recompile, we're going to run it, and it works. Okay, so Linux does handle this correctly. I guess it's 9p that doesn't handle this correctly. Or it's a little bit weird about it. Technically not Linux, even though it relies on the Linux file system. But yeah, opening an alias sometimes requires you to resolve the alias before you open it. It's kind of weird. It shouldn't work like that. But no, I was under the impression that that's how it was in Linux as well. It isn't. Can't be bothered doing the same test on Mac. I frankly don't care. Alright. So yeah, you can do the same thing in my system now. Oh, we are in the QEMU folder. That's why we opened that. Okay. No. We're going back to this. Okay. So yesterday I did that, and I have... Let's see if everything stayed the same, or even though I didn't make any changes, everything broke. Wouldn't be the first time. Yes, we're good. Okay. The code editor can actually open its own source code through an alias, which then the operating system resolves and opens the correct path. While we're at it, we're going to be working with the code editor, so here, this is the alias. It goes through the temp folder, and the temp folder defines an alias called alias test, which is a directory and doesn't perform any kind of special actions, but it does alias to home project's code brain code. I would love to know why there's always people yelling at every hour of the day. I hate tourists so much. They're so annoying. I don't think the microphone's picking that up, but Christ. It is incessant. All right. Forgot what I was doing. Right. Okay, so now that I have aliases, I can start building the next thing that I wanted, which was my code editor's language syntax highlighting capabilities. Big undertaking, frankly. But having aliases and transformations on files, which means when you open or read a file, you apply a certain function on it, being able to do that stuff should allow me to handle this. I'm blanking completely. Alright, actually, let me just bring up the document, because otherwise I'm just gonna completely forget what I'm trying to say. Which is here. The plan for how I want to build this thing is, why can't you just open it in the window that we already have open, please? Alright, I gotta go close a few windows. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back, and Jester's back. Now, there he is. He just had a bath, and I kept the window open so that he could, you know, sunbathe, dry in the sun. But apparently the tourists decided to have a party outside of my house. So today we're gonna learn some Spanish, a little Spanish phrase. She called me, got a video of mine taken down off TikTok, so hopefully it's not a fucking slur or whatever. But anyway, this sentence. We're gonna learn this fucking sentence. This one here, it's Spanish, okay, so. Tourists go home, that's how you pronounce it. Anyway, fuck tourists. They're so incredibly annoying. With that being said, Jester, you don't get to sunbathe today. All right, the way that I plan to build this language protocol thing. Okay, so the original thing is called a language server protocol, but it's an actual like server architecture, which is ridiculous. I don't want to do that. So I'm going to do it through the file system. And the way that I plan on building it is you just talk to the specific module that's going to power it. And sadly, for now, I think it's going to have to be in the kernel because it requires privileges that normal user-land programs don't have. Sucks to be them, I guess. You want to get syntax highlighting for your project, so you can bind your project, so do a symlink essentially, between your project and language, the language that you're using, and the SRC, which, as I'm saying in this example, just backs onto whatever project you're working on. Now, as to how to handle multiple ones, I don't know. I haven't thought that far. Then any feature that this thing provides would also be kind of symlinked onto this directory. So it's double symlink. But I also added, like I said, the ability to run some certain functions when you read or write from the file. So it's applying a transformation onto the file that you open. So syntax slash main.c will point us to source slash main.c, which also points to this thing. And that will show the correct file and then apply some sort of transformation on that, which can be something like syntax highlighting. And ideally also I want it to be like working not over the entire file every single time, but also over deltas. So when the file is modified, just take the modified part and do the syntax highlighting for that part only. But this part I haven't done yet, so it's just gonna be this. Alright. It really sucks that I can't have this, and I don't think there's any way for me to move this file over here where I actually need it. Like, it just doesn't like me doing that. Just has a problem with that, but it's not like I need it. So it was just to explain what I was gonna do. Alright, again, this is gonna be inside the kernel right now. That part kinda sucks, and I had an idea for how I could possibly not have it inside the kernel, but I don't think it is a good idea. It would be more of a hack. So I'd much rather just put it inside the kernel and move it out of there eventually when I don't need it anymore. Okay, so language support. It's going to have a language.h. which is going to use the Filesystem system module. And I actually don't have support for multiple languages right now, but then again, we're probably not gonna get to the syntax highlighting part of this today. Probably just like setting everything up. Well, maybe, I don't know. But not at first. So I'm not gonna be doing any actual syntax highlighting, I just wanna be able to exchange information with this thing. This doesn't need to be extern. All right. You're already complaining about unknown type system module, even though here you find it. No clue what you're complaining about. Is there any actual compilation errors? Yes. Okay, language.h includes system module. It finds the definition here. Why are you complaining about it here? I'm not in the mood for this shit today. Okay, so if we can just make it work, please. Bash is a scripting language? No. Okay. Don't tell anyone this, but I'm starting to come around on certain things about it. Not really. I mean, I obviously will need to have some sort of scripting language for my terminal, and I haven't thought about it in the slightest because I use that thing as little as possible. But I do want that. And I was thinking just using a normal programming language, but then for only using like when you type a command in the terminal, it's a lot easier to just type a command like this, where you have the name of the command, argument 1, argument 2, than it is to do than it is to do it like this, for example, which is how you would do it with a language syntax. I don't like terminals that do it like this. But when it comes to scripting, how do I do it? I don't know. I do see YouTube comments, but they're delayed. Also, when there's a lot, it's hard to keep up. Alright. What the did I not save this? It is saved. Oh, it wasn't saved. What the? I think I hadn't saved this file the entire time. I didn't realize. Because it was complaining about this not being there, but it was here and here, so. Yep, that was it. I did say today I'm not in the mood. New shell is good. Pick an ML. Machine language? What is an ML? Machine learning? Oh? I do want to make... I haven't metalang. Thank you. I do want to... Okay. I don't want to use the terminal at all, to be honest. But it is useful sometimes. And... like, I don't want to keep developing it, but eventually I will have to. And when I do, I kind of want to make it work very different from, you know, the 1974 or 1978 architecture that we currently have for terminals. It's pretty much about everything. I always say, why did we decide that some random technology in the 70s or 80s was going to be the gold standard from now on? We're now closer to the are we? Yeah. Depending on the year, we're actually closer to the 70s of the 2000s than the 70s of 1900. And yet, we're still using that as the gold standard for certain technologies, including the terminal. And that's fucking ridiculous. So I would like to do something new. Why can't you use Java? Well, Java for an OS wouldn't really make sense because it runs in its own virtual machine. So that's just a program. Am I drinking coffee or tea? Coffee. I added sugar to it for the first time in like a really long time. And I'm genuinely asking myself, why have I been living like this? I can taste the natural sweetness in other... Fuck off. It's just a little bit of sugar. It's not gonna kill me. But eventually we'll have to deal with the terminal. And I'm kind of trying to see how long I can go without doing that, but I do want to do it somewhat differently. I don't want to do the same, again, 1974 or 8, I don't remember the exact date. I got it right last time I guessed, but I don't remember. I'm gonna go with 1978. Is it VS100? Did I make that up? I made that up. What the fuck is that? VT100? VT100. 1978, yeah. Someone looked at this thing and they were like, this is the pinnacle of computing. No more innovation allowed. Yeah, Android uses Java, sure, but again, if you do that in Java, it's literally just a program. It doesn't talk to the actual hardware. It's all virtualized already, but not in a good way. Why do I always forget to mute my laptop? The VT100 is just a terminal, yes. But this thing is technically considered a terminal emulator. And it's supposed to replicate how that terminal worked. And that's just ridiculous because most people who use a terminal nowadays don't even know that thing's name. Also, Android using Java is one of the stupidest things Android could have done, not gonna lie to you. Well, Minecraft too. Java is nice when you're trying to do something across platform, which is why it makes no sense to use it for Android because it's literally a platform. So, like, why? Then again, not an Android developer. I'm an iOS developer. I kind of don't like Android at all. Every time I have to write Android code, I put on gloves to do it. Like, even Kotlin. Which is actually just Swift with a mustache. Alright, so what does this terminal have that's new? Now I kinda got curious about this. Pipelines structure data so you can safely select, filter, and sort the same way every time. Stop parsing strings and start solving problems. That is a thing about, like, argc and argv. Holy shit, you literally just do string parsing. You have to, it's a whole thing. It's ridiculous. Prepare for job interviews in AI and generate comprehensive summaries of concepts, quizzes with answers. Do I think that's a good idea? As far as uses of AI, that's probably one of the best ones. The problem that I have even with the good, quote-unquote good uses of AI is that you never know when it's right or wrong. Right? You're kind of just gambling on whether what it's telling you is right or wrong. So a lot of the times, having to verify what it tells you defeats the purpose of it telling you that in the first place. But for quizzing, it might be okay, I guess. Again, it's just like, I'm assuming it formulates questions that then you respond to. How do you know that the response that it's telling you that it's correct is true? Or it's telling you that's not quite correct in reality. Which, by the way, is another thing that I noticed. I haven't talked to AI recently long enough to be able to know if this is still the case. But when I would tell when I would ask AI to like explain a concept to me, and then it would explain the concept to me, and I would, I don't know, maybe come up with like a metaphor or an example, a very simplified metaphor or an example that helped me understand the concept. And then I was like, oh, so it's like this. And it was like, well, you're kind of on the right track. However, and do I have my glasses here? No. Last night at like 3 a.m., I realized a bug in code that I had been writing. I was already in bed. I took my contact lenses off, so I put on my glasses. I came over here and I came to fix it. So I was wondering if my glasses were here because they would have been perfect for that. But no. That's the thing with AI. I feel like you never know if it's correct or not. And that's an architectural thing too. It's not like, GPT 5.5 right now has some hallucinations, but GPT 6.7 isn't going to have that. And then GPT 10 is going to be correct 100% of the time. And then GPT 11 is literally going to modify reality to be correct if it happens to be wrong. No, that's just an architectural problem that these AIs have that I don't think is going to go away no matter how much training data, how much context, how much RAM, how much whatever you throw at the problem. It's an architectural problem. They keep proving it, by the way. Every month or so, I feel like I see someone talking about Google just published a paper that shows how hallucinations are an architectural problem of LLMs. Meta just published another paper saying the same thing. Like they all are publishing papers saying the exact same thing, and then like rediscovering the wheel every month apparently. Then again, that's. I feel like short-term memory loss might explain a lot about the AI industry. Why they keep saying that, 6 months from now engineering is gonna be dead. Why they keep literally repeating the same promises / threats and then they never come true. Short-term memory loss would explain that. Man, what the hell is Groovy? By the way, isn't that like a programming language? Isn't Groovy? It is a programming language. I thought it was just a JSON file. No, wait, am I thinking of something else? I might be thinking of something else. It's very similar to something else. I don't remember what it is. Is it like Gradle syntax, maybe? I have to work with some of that stuff, but like, I tend to disassociate when I do. So, don't ask me anything about it. Oh, scripting language used in Gradle. Okay, yeah. I genuinely thought it was just. I never considered it to be a script, an actual language. I don't know. Alright, it's taken me like 10 years to go through this page and see what the new shell is. Speaks JSON, YAML, SQLite. How do you pronounce SQLite, by the way? I pronounce it SQLite or SQL. I heard people pronounce it SQL and SQLite. I don't know, man. Turns out I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna pronounce it however I feel like. Like, how do people here pronounce it? Interesting. Okay. I do feel like both are correct, right? I don't know. This is an interesting thing, working with structured data, because that's literally what I implemented a while ago. You don't need the file system to support this in order to have a terminal that does it, but you know, when I do try out the terminal, I might be interested in this. I was trying to open the terminal inside my OS, so I opened this one. But I did add a tagging system, or like a type system to files, so that they can indicate that they're, you know, specific types of files. And if you know how to parse it into something readable, like this, then you can do it. Alright, so new, I think, would love my file system. Alright, let me actually start building this thing. Zero, 1, 0, 0. Okay, then I want to initialize this. I want to open files. I want to close files. I want to read. I don't really want to write. Maybe I need to implement... No, I don't. As long as I'm in C, I don't really need to do this. But these are the functions I want to implement for my... I need a better name for it. Language server protocol is a completely different thing. Language file system protocol is unclear, I feel like. That's what I'm going to call it right now. Language support protocol file system protocol. Language support? I don't know. The part that bothers me is the use of the word language to refer to programming language. Especially in an age when everyone's doing a natural language. I feel like you might wanna, you know. But LFSP, it is what that is what I'm calling it for now. Hey, what happened to my shit? LFSP is what I'm calling it right now. Window overtake. If you launch a GUI application from command line, you can actually take over the terminal window. That is exactly what I want to do. Yes. The reason... Let me see how this is doing, because I haven't touched this in so long, it probably doesn't even work right now. But way back in the day, before I even had live stream failed protocol... before I even had Windows, I used to have a task manager that would just take over the entire screen. Right? And because I didn't have Windows, it was literally just a boolean. Is it enabled or not? Alright, but now, when I added Windows, I kind of disabled it, and now I brought it back in. Pretty sure you can just type whatever as an argument to it, and it will open the GUI version of it. And you can see it's kind of glitching a little bit. Also, input doesn't go to it. No, it is taking input. Okay. Also, I haven't redesigned it in a long time. Intel is now able to handle a lot more space here. Like, I could fit 4 processes in a row, but it's just 2. This is what happens when I close it. Because there's no true support for how to handle that. So, probably soon enough we're gonna need to deal with the terminal, because as I'm doing more programming stuff, I'm gonna need to deal with the terminal. So we might look into that, because yeah, that is something I want to implement. That plus, yeah, what I just saw in new shell, like this, is exactly why I wanted to have this tagging system for the entire file system. This is so great. This is so great. I might genuinely want to try this, by the way. Shall we give it a try? Does Homebrew work on Linux? No way. I had no idea. Doesn't seem super straightforward though. These are not actually installed commands. Oh, here it is. No. Build essential proc ps curl file and git. Damn. Brew is honestly a great package manager for Mac. So, very happy to see it on Linux. Nice. Hello, Rituparna. For completeness, you also need to be able to create a window. Now you can have an application that spawns a pane. I haven't dealt that much with window management in my system. So far, you only get one window. You can resize it, but the user can't resize it. That's funny about it. Can't close windows, can't spawn new windows. So it's a little bit limited. Mostly, I just build whatever I need. So I haven't needed those things. I kind of have needed closing windows, honestly. That would be useful sometimes, especially when a process like hangs in an infinite loop or something. And I forgot to, well, that plus I need to have some sort of way to like, do a Control-Alt-Delete or Command-Alt-Escape on Mac. Or not that thing that Linux does that takes you to the terminal. Not that. That's stupid. No. Just a emergency mode for the system where everything crashes. You're just like, hey, okay, y'all, kernel's taking over. Gonna fix some shit. A system to do that. So those two things are actually probably on the horizon to be built as well. Terminal, I guess we'll see. But yeah, might need it. But anyway, this I might genuinely want to install. Alright, but let me actually like write some code, because otherwise I'm just gonna go crazy here not doing anything. LFSP. I'm gonna call it an LFSP for the time being, a language file system protocol. We're gonna need to do some setup in here, which we're not currently ready to do. We're then going to need to open a file, and that's gonna give an fs result. Which, by the way, I call this an fs result, and it's literally only used to open files. This enum here, only for that. LFSP open with a const char path for the file to be opened and a file descriptor, which returns driver error by default. Alright, I am finally starting to memorize the function signatures for my file system, of which I have like hundreds. Not really, I have like a dozen or two. I have like a dozen, not even or two. But yeah, somehow took me so long to memorize. LFSP read, let me see if I can actually one-shot it. Just write the entire thing without getting it wrong. Alright, you start with a file descriptor when you read. You're given a char pointer buffer. You're given a size, which you will read into. And then you're given a file offset, which is a deprecated offset value. It's not actually used. Read dir is also missing, and stat is also missing. What's your problem? Get stat. Alright, so this returns a 0. Alright, writing is going to be very similar to reading. You take a file descriptor, a const char buffer. a size t, and a file offset, which again is not actually used. It's supposed to be deprecated. And you return how many bytes you wrote. Then what other function do I need? Close. Ooh. LFSP close. Pretty sure it just takes a file descriptor, but not sure. Stat. LFSP stat takes a const char path and a out fs stat pointer to be filled in, returns false. And read dir returns how many bytes it wrote, LFSP read dir, with a const char path for the name of the directory to be written, and then buffer? It uses a buffer, a void pointer buffer, and a size t size, and here it uses a file offset. This one is actually used. So offset is actually used. Return 0. By the way, it's going to make some changes to my, not like that. Yeah, I'll have to adjust that a little bit. All right. LFSP init. Let's see if I got them right. Init. Okay, no errors. LFSP open. Good. LFSP close. LFSP read. LFSP. I forgot there's actually no write in this entire thing. It's a write only, a read only file system. Stat and LFSP read dir. Okay, I got them all correct. I finally learned the syntax for my file system. Now, I'm not gonna lie, another thing that I really want to do. So I obviously have already mentioned I don't use AI, but there are certain things for which it's useful, and boilerplate and repetitive code is one of those. And this was very much just boilerplate. This was just like set up a system module like this, where literally the function signatures are always the same. You just change the prefix. Like, I don't want to use AI for that. I just want to have a template system, you know, something that I can just talk to and be like, hey, give me a template for this thing. Which is a thing that has existed for a really... I don't know about other IDEs. Honestly, I've barely used IDEs, but Xcode, does it still have those templates? It does. It kind of does. It's been a while since I've used them, to be fair, but Xcode used to have those templates. What are we up to these days? We're right now. We've mostly been working on the file system, but now I'm using what I've done with the file system to create an LSP inside of the file system, or at the very least a way for my code editor to get information about the code that you're writing, and to get like syntax highlighting, formatting, autocomplete, all of those things. And templating would be a great thing to insert in here, actually. So, come to think of it, that file I had open before, which I would still have open if Z would allow me to open this file in this window, but it doesn't. And now it opened in QEMU. Brother! It opens that file wherever it wants except for where I actually want it to be. Right? This is what I want the the syntax, not the syntax, the directory structure for my language support thingy to be like. Again, where src is a link to the project so that the LFSP has access to the actual code. And then syntax is a link to this, but after reading it, processes the input into syntax highlighting information. So it parses it and then gives you information on the parsing. Format can auto-format your code. Complete can give you autocomplete information. Template could give you, like I just said right now, templates. So maybe this one would need writing to it. That way you can create new templates. But yeah, what the hell? Let's implement writing. Just leave it at 0 for now. Since this signature is literally the same. No, it isn't. Fuck. Oh, no, wait, hold on. Boom, I got it right. Okay. I did remember the syntax for every one of these functions. Now, I did get it wrong just now, but the first time I actually wrote the const here, then I deleted it, then I added it back and I forgot to add it, but technically I remembered. Just got it wrong. Alright. Another thing that I kind of want to focus on is being able to define directory structures in a simpler way. So I already have done this somewhat easily. Oh my god. We're good. Alright, I'm allergic to tourists. Sorry. I already created this, which allows me to define the contents of a directory in a very simple way. Right, so here I'm creating a file, here I'm creating an even more complex file. This is an alias. It's actually a folder. This doesn't really extend to subfolders, so that's kind of a problem. Then I'm essentially not sure how to handle that. I'm going to need to make my file system code a little bit more complicated to be able to handle subdirectories easier. I'm just kind of not sure how to do that. But we're not going to need that right now because all of these are aliases on the top level of this thing. So well, not really. There's this, but we can easily ignore it. Yeah, I want to create something to do this. And every time I mention that, I also bring up the Express Node.js framework, which I think handles API URLs particularly well with that kind of thing. You can define it very easily, and you can handle what is essentially directories and subdirectories. But really, it's just APIs, URL paths, URL components. I'm not sure what they're called. Yeah, it has syntax like this. Where lang is a variable, essentially. That kind of stuff. Particularly useful. Alright, there's an ad starting on Twitch. I'm gonna run that. I'll be back in 3 minutes. And gonna look more into this. Okay, I'm back. Jester is back to sunbathing. Apparently, tourists have realized that the street is not a club. Anyway, I mean, I'd rather they do this at 4 p.m. than 4 a.m. They still do, but hey, whatever. Alright, so before I continue working on this, when we were talking about scripting languages for the shell, I looked into this and I kind of want to install it. There was another thing that I forgot to look up. I think it was like, was it meta languages? I actually don't know what that is. No, I mean like in programming, I guess. In logic and linguistics, it's used to describe another language. Oh, well, I guess I do know what it is. Oh, it's just their back. He's back. I'm not sure what this had to do with terminals. But anyway, about installing this thing. It's available to download binaries via your favorite package manager. That's probably what we want. Oh my god. Fedora, Chimera Linux, Arch Linux, Alpine Linux. Don't think it's any of these. Do I really have to install Homebrew on Linux just to get this? It's like, as much as I like Homebrew, I don't necessarily love it enough to make it yet another package manager and another way of installing things on Linux. That's the last thing that Linux needs. So I'm not installing this on my Mac if I really need to check it out, rather than installing Homebrew just so I can install this thing. Why not install Homebrew? I mean, I'm not doing it, but why not? It does not seem to have a Debian package, no. Wait, it has binaries. Okay, I skipped over this part. I should just be able to do that, right? Arch 64, ARM. Is it just for ARM, or am I reading it wrong? Oh, show all 18 assets. Okay. Okay. x86. Unknown Linux GNU tar gz. Got it. Which opens this. Which gives us this. Hey, don't blame GitHub. It's not their fault that they can only display 2 things at a time. Oh wait. It's literally their fault, never mind. Please join our Discord community, our GitHub repository, our documentation. Oh my god, just fucking work. 6 years, 11 months, 15 days, 21 hours, 7 minutes, 21 seconds, 545 milliseconds, and 999 microseconds, and 262 nanoseconds since they first built. And in the entire time, I spent 3 hours just reading that whole thing. Startup time 7 milliseconds, 100. Okay, this is very precise timekeeping they got going on. Yeah, it's a shell, not a terminal. That's true. How do I even use it? I guess I need to read the documentation. Remember when you would click a button and it would like actually work and not take several seconds? Remember when computing used to be responsive and deterministic? But now we got JavaScript AI slop, so it's neither of those things. Okay, the documentation actually takes you to this. Getting started. Quick tour. You would think this is the getting started. Control and that to clear all this. Let's see what they got. Okay, so ls works. It just structures it. So I can run normal commands in this thing, right? Would you look at that? The data actually makes sense. Very nice. Very nice. I have to say the indentation here bothers me. But very nice. You could just put a space here when you only have one letter, because there's always going to be 1 or 2. So just put a space in there. That would fix the indentation problem. I like that. I like that. Finding data using the where command. Many commands that then operate on structured output of the previous command. So I don't have to pipe it. It works over the previous command. Can I do type equal symlink? Not quite. No input value was piped in, so no. Oh, no. Okay, I do have to write the whole thing. Okay. Alright. It talks about the previous command. I thought the one that I just ran, but no, obviously it's this one. It's not context aware like that. Alright, that's very nice. Right, since you have structured data like this, you can easily go over the structure and filter it. And it should work over any kind of command that That makes sense. Command arguments in pipeline. The in variable that lets you use the previous command's output in variable form. Oh, get name cp in. Okay. Nice. Don't really need that right now. I'm not gonna try it. Oh, help system. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? I feel like they've literally done what I wanted to do with my terminal. They've literally done what I wanted to do with my documentation and help pages. Frankly, what should have been done, again, if we weren't trying to stay loyal to a 1978 terminal. Explore. The help command's output is quite long. You could send it to a pager like less or bat, but not shell includes a built-in explore command that lets you not only scroll but also telescope into nested-in data. Okay. How does it work? Press Enter key to access the data itself. Use the arrow keys to scroll to the CP command and over to the params column. I don't understand what I can do with it. I'm not gonna lie. Press Enter key to access the data itself. Alright, there we go. Yes. Use the arrow keys to scroll to the command and over to the params column. Hit Enter to telescope to the okay. Well, to be fair, I'm not using the same exact command, so it's not doing anything in this case, I think. I'm not sure. Let me try the exact command that they're running, which is help commands. This gives you a list of all commands that you can run, I assume. Then I can enter. And then I can click on it. Okay. So what if I am here, for example, and then I do this? Nice. It keeps track of where I was. Nice. So if I go here, then I do this, then I scroll, then I do this, I'm still on the third entry. And if I click it, oh no, to the what? To the params. Where's the params? Oh, here. Table, 3 rows. Ah. Well, that's very nice. I like it. I like the way that it works. Almost wish it could integrate more with your commands in other shells. It's like obviously you've probably been working, like for example the Q command. That's an alias that I created for my. No, wait, is it an alias that I created? Or is that built in? I think it's an alias that I created, but either way, it works in my normal shell, but not in this one. Obviously, because to do this one, it needs to be built on purpose to like have awareness of the data that you're trying to structure and all that, but I wish it could fall back onto bash commands. That way you could do everything from this shell. I like it though, I like that. Might try it out next time I'm doing something. I just don't know what I would use it for particularly. I don't use the terminal all that much. But frankly, I would be less hostile towards the terminal if it was like this. Stencil using AI for programming. No AI approach recently. I find debugging without AI way more beneficial. That makes sense, yeah. I was saying this earlier. AI is way less useful than they like us to think, but it does have some uses. The problem that I have with even those uses is that you never know when it's correct and when it isn't. And you have to verify, which often takes about as much as if you hadn't used AI in the first place. So, not great. I've been looking into I've always said this, the part that I like about AI the most is the natural language processing. Which is also the only useful thing that the people that aren't hype programmers use AI for, which is just explaining stuff, summarizing stuff, searching, and I've been looking into algorithms that do that, because I think that that is a lot more useful when. Sadly, obviously, these algorithms are a lot more limited.
Lena Alive 12 followed your channel.
When you don't feed the entire internet into them. The entire internet and then entire libraries into them. But I think it's a lot more useful when you're summarizing a text if you can then give the user the actual text. That way, is it true? Is it not true? It has to be true because the input is this one. Did I explain that correctly? I feel like that made no sense. But essentially, if I'm summarizing something, I'm doing it over the original text. And I'm not generating new words. So that way you know that I'm not hallucinating. That's what I mean. Just, again, a lot less useful when you don't have any kind of pre-training. When you don't have any kind of built-in knowledge. When you don't have any kind of, again, feeding the entire internet into it. Alright. Damn, I really like this shell. It's just, I kind of don't have a reason to use it right now. But that was fun. Do I need all this shit? Can I just use this? Can you do this? Copy and paste a symlink? No. Damn. You would think. Okay, so home bin nunu into... Oh, wait. Into home bin... I can't call it new as well. What version was it that I downloaded? 0.112.2. Zero 0.112.2 into home bin. No, that was wrong. Why do I have to do this over the fucking terminal? Why can I not copy and paste some link? 0.112.2 dash new into that. There we go. And now I have new. Alright, let me actually build this thing. Okay, so again, skipping over the language part of this. I want to create... Okay, so first off, the source directory of language something source should be bound from the text editor. The text editor should be like, hey, this is the project that we're working on. So bind the project into language something source. also should be able to handle multiple projects. So the syntax should be something like language, lang, id, src. This should be the syntax.
1 Alex 81 followed your channel.
KD Explorer has an option to symlink a file. I hate that you have to pick. It doesn't make any sense. It's so common sense to have these things. I feel like sometimes I speak like someone who isn't building an entire operating system that can overcome the shortcomings of its predecessors. I feel like possibly the best solution to this thing is to allow as much customization as possible in your programs. So it's not like, oh, I'm using this distro which uses this desktop manager by default, desktop environment by default, which uses this window manager by default, which has this program by default, which doesn't allow you to do this thing. But if I had this other distro which uses a different program, then it could, because that one has that feature. I feel like programs should be customizable as much as possible, so that how would I handle this? And so that I, as the user, can just be like, hey, let's add a new function here that allows me to paste symlink. That's how I would customize it. I feel like that's better than, oh, this file explorer doesn't have it, but the one that comes with this desktop environment does have it, but it doesn't come with your distro. Maybe it's not even compatible. I don't even know. But you would have to install it and whatnot. I feel like that's probably a better solution than distros with different programs that do different things maintained by different people. Just making the programs more customizable in the first place is probably a better solution. Alright, no longer speaking like someone who isn't building an operating system that can fix the shortcomings of its predecessors. That's character progression for you. Alright, so I'm going to use the virtual file system, which allows me to create entries, complex entries, which are going to be src. That's going to be a baking transform. This entry type, I'm probably going to need to remove it. It probably doesn't really matter all that much. It's a directory. Data signature. Do I give it a data signature? I give it a data signature. A data signature. But I'm not sure which one. So we're gonna leave it empty for now. Data signature raw, actually. I want the file system to be as self-documenting as possible, and data signatures can also help you do that. Alright, and this part should be doing the binding kind of from the text editor, but we don't have that functionality yet. So home projects code, bring code, there we go. What's your problem? Oh, it's not a string slice, it's a string from literal. Alright. So there's the src directory, there's going to be a syntax directory, and that one is actually going to link to language src. It is language, yes. So this one is actually symlinked onto this one, which is symlinked onto the project that we're trying to work off. I'm going to create the other one's format. Complete and template. All are symlinked onto this one, but they're not going to do anything. All right. VFS stat with a path and an out stat. VFS close with file descriptor. VFS, well, actually, hold on. If I just replace all of these from their custom functions to the default functions, then I'm probably going to need them, so I'm going to keep them here. I'll eventually have to override them. But for the time being, I can use the default implementation of this, and I should have a language directory with all of these directories inside of it, and we'll see also if these kinds of double aliases work. Because this directory is aliased onto this directory, which is aliased onto this directory. So we'll see if that works. Right, and we're not even mounting this damn thing, so how would it possibly work? Load util mods. I forgot I was doing it here. Load module, language mod. And we're going to include language support, language. Language. Interesting, I never noticed. These are sorted by when I add them back to front. So that means that the modules that I'm working on are the latest ones that I added. So they're always on top. That's very convenient for me, and nothing's in it. Nothing is in it. Great. Wait, okay, this entire thing where I create the files didn't go in the init, it went in the open file. How are you gonna open files that don't exist? My bad. Okay, here we have it. We have a bunch of directories called src, syntax, format, complete, and template. So src contains indeed the project that we're trying to work off. Syntax crashes. Woo! That's exactly what I wanted. It's a safety feature. You don't deserve syntax highlighting. And unfortunately, it's not resolving the addresses. So I don't know exactly where it's crashing. I feel like this is working less and less. I probably need to take a better look at it. It's crashing here on VFS read directory. Right after list entries. Alright. Now let's try to identify this crash. So what I'm doing is essentially aliasing a folder that's aliased to something else already. Is anyone shocked that this could possibly fail? Especially considering the shoddy work that I did yesterday when I implemented aliases in the first place. Not me personally, but hey. It's a little bit hard to tell where it is crashing though. No, don't dump. Run. Alright, let's see. Listing directory. Yep. That's interesting. Okay, listing directory /src without anything in it. Is that the problem? That could be the problem. That it's trying to list directory src dash. I mean slash. And that's technically not correct, but I kind of want to like allow you to do that, because like that's not necessarily a mistake to list a directory with a slash at the end. Even though that's not what I was trying to do. First path component src dash. Why is that there? Oh. Okay. That's interesting. The first path component. Okay, so we're listing directory slash src slash. And the first path component should be src, but it's actually src with a slash at the end, which is not correct. Okay, I'm understanding the problem. That should fix it. It's not getting rid of that last slash there that it should be getting rid of. And that was it. That was it, actually. All right. So, interesting. I can have double aliases. I can nest aliases as much as I want. This aliased onto the project, this aliased onto this, all of them aliased onto this. And that is cool. Now, all of that is already built kind of for free, because, well, for free. I built it yesterday with a lot of effort. Yesterday, over the weekend, really. With a lot of effort, I built this entire system, but we can get syntax highlighting pretty easily, kind of. We just have to apply transformations on the data. Again, if I try to open slash syntax slash main.c, it actually opens the main.c file, which is not correct. It should open sent hi. That's too much. No? Is it too much? What's the problem? Oh, wait, I just forgot to... Alright, so I want to indicate that this here is syntax highlighting data. And I can just do that with this, which is going to be useful later. Format data, syntax data. Let's do code. How can I shorten syntax into 4 letters? SNTX. Code FMT. That's for format. Syntax data, format data. Autocomplete data and template Am I attaching data to the beginning and the end of all of these? That's ridiculous. All right. So that should give me a little bit more information about the type of data that I should find in here, but it won't actually modify anything for the time being. Actually, this information is not even returned for a directory, so that kind of doesn't help. Though maybe I can make it return for a directory. Stat dir. I could, but I'm not going to do it. I'll do it later. Alright, instead of, I'm more interested in, whenever you call syntax slash main.c, I don't want you to give me the main.c file, I want you to give me the syntax highlighting data for that, which for now I'm going to hardcode. Let's see if that actually works. I think it's not gonna work because I haven't actually done the work that I need to do with this. I haven't really defined how this is supposed to look, but syntax highlight takes a file descriptor, a char buffer, a size t size, and again a file offset, which is completely unused. Probably these signatures are not gonna work for me. Okay. Syntax highlight. Alright. If everything is wired correctly, which I don't think it is, whenever I try to open slash syntax slash main.c, this function will get called instead. First off, it won't return any data, and second, it will print that. Again, 99% sure it won't actually work, but worth a shot. Languages, syntax, it can technically do it for any file. It didn't work, okay. It opens the file as expected, as normal, because it doesn't go through this function. Alright. Here's the thing about these, like, transformations. The idea behind them is that we have some default behavior for how to open a file, how to read a file, which is defined by this function, whatever function this is. You define it here. But for specific files, you can override it and should be calling this instead. The question is that enough to do the kind of thing that I need, and is it too much for doing the kind of thing that I need? I guess the only answer for that is let's try it and see. Alright, so the reason it doesn't work again is because I haven't actually bothered implementing this thing, because I wasn't sure how to implement it, so I haven't where do transforms fit in this. That's exactly what I meant with that. But we're going to try with this. Right, if the file is aliased, then that doesn't get called. If the file isn't aliased, then that does get called. This function, this is what I need. Alright, let me look at it this way. Where's Excalibur? Right, so I'm trying to do reading from... No, I should just... I'm a little confused on how to handle this. Because there's technically two buffers that I need to work with. There's two completely separate data that I need to work with. The first one is the real file. The second one is the fake file, the file that I'm trying to generate by calling this function. And I have some alias resolution thing here that I'm not sure I really need. Because in reality, having two different files that I need to work with means I need to have two different buffers. You may be trying to get syntax highlighting, and so you provide me with a buffer where I can fit in syntax highlighting data, but maybe the original data doesn't fit in there, so I need to provide my own buffer to read the real data into it, do the syntax highlighting, and do the result into your buffer. So, long story short, we should have a custom action, ignoring the alias, I'm still not sure about any of this. Okay, it does work though. It does what I wanted to do. Yeah, no, I think this is correct. If I'm trying to modify the way that the files are read whenever I talk to this directory, then I need to handle the entire thing myself. And for instance, I need to get the contents of the directory, and I can do that by essentially by copying this, but that's not necessarily the best way to do it. Yeah, I think this can work. All right, let me try this. Let me try this. If the file is not aliased, I'm just going to do all the logic directly inside of here. That's it. The file is not aliased, then not sure what that error is supposed to mean. Not entirely sure about any of this. All right. So whenever I try to access this file, I expect it to be an alias into this folder, which itself should be an alias, but eventually there should be complete aliased file. If it isn't aliased, then there's some sort of problem. Now I should be able to read the entire file by doing a read full file onto the m file alias info No, I have to do it a little bit more verbose than this. I have to allocate using the file descriptors size that I've been given. And you're already complaining, that's not supposed to be like that. All right. Then I'm supposed to read into it. And this part I could cache eventually. read into the mfile alias info alias fd entire and this for the size, meaning reading the entire file. Hello, Eve. Is that an E or an O? It's an E. Hello, Eve. I'm doing good. How are you? All right. And finally, we're not going to do any of the shit. We're not actually going to do any syntax highlighting because I said today we're gluing the whole project together. Then we have to do that, which requires talking to a parser. My parser's in the ICU right now, so it's not exactly the time for that. But, you know what we can do? We can return some hard-coded data. Let's not do that right now, though. Let me test that this works. You're able to read the data and maybe give us a little bit of a string slice of it. Give me the first 10 characters. 100, not 10 characters. UI, UX for a platform. You're thinking about building an operating system. Nice. All right. So, language, syntax, main.c. Hey, that was weird as shit. Wait, okay. The file browser is kind of expecting to open the file, so it does this thing. TS include. Okay, no, it worked. It worked. I should even be able to write to the buffer. Like, who cares? It's just prototype code. That's what it is. Honestly, I do accept contributions. That's not how you do that. But I'm not really... That's 14 characters. I'm mostly doing this for myself. So while I do accept contributions, I'm not necessarily like looking to partner with someone, so to speak. All right. Cool, it works. Okay, what I'm trying to do works. It's obviously very hacked together, but it does work. Which again, when you talk to
Infinite Code 01 Reddit your channel with 64 viewers.
Yo, Infinite Coder with 64 viewers. Welcome everybody. How's it going, Infinite Coder? You doing a compiler still? We're doing a language server protocol knockoff. A language file system protocol right now. So always nice to have a compiler developer around.
Shoutout Infinite Coder 01.
01. All right. So it does what I expected to do. Maybe it's not the best code for it. I wish I could do it a little bit simpler, but I think this works for the time being. When you call this again, I still don't know what to call it. Server, it isn't a server. File system server is also not super accurate. But whatever. Whenever you talk to the file system language protocol, you bind your project to SRC, which gives you a gives this tool access to your code, and then from syntax and then the name of the file, you get syntax highlighting information. Though right now you only get prototype code 14 bytes. If you're providing less than that, it's not going to work. Obviously, it's a prototype, so it's kind of very stupid little prototype, just to make sure that we're opening one file, but we're reading different data because we're supposed to transform the data in some way or another. Again, talking to the actual compiler to get actual syntax highlighting information, we can try. Not for C, but for the build system. Since that's my own language and I have the compiler that's capable of doing that. But I kind of need to know how to do it. Yeah, compiler infrastructure, to be fair, not really the compiler itself. I wanted to be able to provide that kind of functionality. Just right now I have it all in one project. Yeah, it's... I think I can try doing some syntax highlighting with it, but it would require like changing the actual code of the compiler to support this kind of functionality. So I might not be able to get anywhere with that. But this does work. I think it's better if I just fake it for the time being. Actually, I can fake it for the time being. Because here it is. This thing. Highlighting needs to be fast, needs to work with broken syntax. Yep. See, my compiler does not handle broken syntax all that well, but you know, the overall like logic behind it is the same. So my plan was to obviously have it be a separate thing. You don't have to run the compiler to get the syntax highlighting, but recycle as much code as possible. But because I would need to do all that, again, I'm not really ready to do the syntax highlighting for the time being. Instead, I'm just going to fake it. Literally, this code right here is already faking it by doing syntax highlighting for hash include. And all right, let's see how it handles it. Let me do a buffer. Manually. Buffer size, and limit size as well. All right. All right. Recycling the parser is questionable. Really? Don't you think... Well, why is it questionable? You know way more about compilers than I do, so that's why I said having a compiler developer in the chat is really helpful. But again, like I said, this is actually not a problem I'm probably going to be tackling today. I haven't touched that compiler in like a month. And then I just did some bug fixing and improvements. I haven't touched it since the last time I streamed about it. I want to say February. Anyway, right now, all I want to do is I want to pass this syntax highlighting data, which I'm taking from literally just looking for the word include hard-coded and coloring it yellow, into the data that were passed in. And then I want to plug that into the code editor. So we don't have a syntax highlighter, we have an include highlighter. That's not bad. Which, by the way, the code editor already has. I literally copied the code from there. But this makes it better. Buffer write lim into the right buffer. What are you going to write? This data over here. And it is going to be the size of a text format. So good enough? It's not good enough. Oh, you want a const char pointer. Like this should work, right? Like I give AF. Alright, so we should be sending that into the buffer. Don't even need to memcopy. I think everything should work. The problem is the syntax highlighter won't actually pick any of this up. This is just going to be raw data. Alright, there's an ad starting, so I'll check after that. I'll be back in 3 minutes. All right, we're back with a comprehensive analysis of why LSPs should not just reuse compiler code. Obviously, they have to work with broken syntax. You can make the parser slower to start up, but faster incrementally. You also usually store much more spams and source code information. You can use a parser that does all that in the compiler. It's going to be slower and more annoying to use it there. Yeah, okay. I just mean like from the point of view of reusing the code for it. I swear I just heard Jester outside, but like, he's there. Luckily I have a guard dog who's very aware of any weird noises and investigates and takes care of intruders. Don't want to mess with him. The question more so that I have is, obviously I don't want to use the same exact setup that I have in my compiler, but the code for the actual parsing. I already was planning on making it somewhat resilient to errors, so can I just reuse that code? Just in a different setup so you can... Okay, I just heard what it is. It's not a dog. I don't know why I thought it was a dog. Just reuse the same code with a different setup that allows me to do like incremental syntax highlighting. It allows me to do it faster. It allows me, well, not necessarily faster, but you don't need to produce an actual, what is it called? Nobody really does that. Interesting. But I guess more so my compiler is not really meant to be... It's meant to do basic parsing and then basic stuff after that. So that's kind of what I was going for. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. Like I was planning on making it an entire like library, not just a compiler by itself. That is kind of the plan behind it. And if anything, I would rather make another more specialized compiler later on, since this one also is meant to help me prototype the language more so than compile it. So it allows you to change the syntax very easily and all that stuff. And also compiles to C, though I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I think I like that well enough to keep it. But yeah, more so the current compiler is meant to be somewhat general purpose, somewhat prototype oriented. So I kinda want to have it be also usable for an LSP, even if that makes it, you know, not super usable for the actual language, but then a specialized compiler for the language later on. Since even though I haven't done work on the compiler or the language in a while, there's still a lot of like prototyping experimentation that I need to do with it. Okay. That's exactly why I want to keep compiling to C. And it's not even the same as compiling to, I don't know, C++, because C really is just like portable assembly language almost, because it's that low level. And it's that similar to how the machine actually handles things. It is it's truly low level. It's a truly low level language. Whereas other ones have abstractions and hidden things and whatnot. C is just, that's why I treat it like a portable assembly. But also with enough nice syntax features and syntactic sugar and other things that make it nice to work with. It's the perfect language to compile to. And then it's literally been around for like millions of years. So, I mean, we all know God said, "Let there be light," and then He said, "Let there be sea." So it's literally the second thing that existed in the universe was sea. So it's very well supported. So it's not like I'm gonna have problems. It's not like, oh, what if in the future like we don't have C compilers anymore? I think we're gonna have bigger problems if that's the case. Also, my entire code base is done in C, and I'm only using my language to build on top of C. So really, compiling to C is very smart. But yeah, the way that I built the compiler is supposed to be a little bit of a misleading term because it's meant for prototyping. It's meant to support language features more so than it's meant to be an optimized compiler for a specific language. So with that, it should be possible to reuse the code that I have for it for the LSP. I guess we won't find out today though. I highly doubt it. Array to pointer to K. Let's make it a little more annoying to be used as an IR. It's worked fine for me, mostly because my language is similar to C. So that makes it convenient. If it was a full IR to compile other languages to, that would be a little bit different. But I don't necessarily plan to use it for that. The prototyping part is just for what I want to do. The LSP part doesn't require generating intermediate language, so we're good. I hope. And we'll see if I ever run into any limitations when it comes to using it as an IR. I'm good with it for now, because most of the code that it generates is incredibly similar to the original code. Hell, it started as a C compiler, technically. Tuples, generics, and strict arrays, it becomes a mess. Yeah. Actually, I have lambdas. It's gonna become a little bit of a mess when it comes to generating closures. So, which are really useful. But I'm trying to not hack it together too much. I haven't even started considering how to do that. But so far I've been able to... Some things that I used to have hacked together, I've been able to make them work in a somewhat more elegant way, so maybe I can do that. Alright, either way, we can talk to /syntax/ something, and that will give us the stack that we want. Closures are a function with a struct. Yeah, that too. It should be easy from the way that I've built it. I essentially do transformations on the code, and that allows me to like move lambdas out of the function that they're in, that kind of stuff. So with enough code, I can do it. And it shouldn't even be particularly ugly. It also won't be elegant, but it won't be ugly. Alright. Let's see if my syntax highlighting, hard-coded syntax highlighting, works. Well, with enough code you mean... yeah, obviously. I just mean I should have all the tools to build closures if I want to. Alright. Syntax path, we're gonna do... Actually, you know what? We can do language src main.c and language syntax main.c. To be fair, this is supposed to be done the other way around. The code editor is supposed to set up this binding. No, talk to it, but hey, works well enough for me. Since right now it's not doing that, I can just access my code from here and access my syntax from here. And, no, not int. Equal 0. S is smaller than format size S plus equal the size of a text format. We should be able to syntax plus S is going to be a pointer to a formatting rule, which I can then insert into the stack format stack push. Oh, actually, this stack stuff is another thing that I can do in my language. Where I'm calling stack push, then the stack that I'm trying to push to, and then the data that I'm trying to push to it, my language can handle that automatically. So the way that I would write this in my language would be like format rules push rule, and this will automatically resolve the type, add this here, call the function, call this here, and this here. It does automatically resolve that type of stuff. So long as the function that, you know, backs all of this up is called with this format. All right. So the code editor no longer does its own syntax highlighting. It should get its syntax highlighting from the language file system server protocol. I added an extra S in there. Now it's the LFSSP. It's becoming one of those LGBT situations where we're just adding more and more letters. No, wait, I don't have to do it through here. I have to do it through here. Oh shit, it works. I'm surprised that I can read from a file, by the way. I'm surprised that I can read from a file. We're gonna call it the LFSS FSH CTP, which stands for the Language File System Server. What's this F stand for? Formatting, syntax highlighting, auto-completion, templating protocol. QIA plus. Okay, so I actually don't need any of this. It's pretty cool. But we can do... Instantly forgot. I literally forgot before I even said it once. Yeah, it's supposed to be... Again, I don't like the name LFSP, which stands for Language File System Protocol. Or File Server Protocol, if you prefer. I don't love it, but honestly, the part that I don't like about it is the language part. I feel like that's too broad. Like, English? Can you syntax highlight English? You should be able to syntax highlight English. It shouldn't even be particularly difficult, actually. Anyway. Yeah, we're doing syntax highlighting right now in a very manual way, like the kind of the limitation that I have is that I don't have an actual parser behind this whole thing, right? Which again, I don't feel like touching today. I can tell I'm not at 100% mental capacity, and that would require 150%. So let's maybe wait until I'm at least 100%, yeah? I feel like both yesterday and today, The coffee is making me jittery as shit. And I've been drinking less coffee, so probably my tolerance is going down. And I'm drinking coffee at the beginning of these afternoon streams, and then I'm end up like, I don't know. I'm dying. Alright, but we can do some very basic syntax highlighting like this. And we can, most importantly, write this data into the buffer, although we are limited to... We can stop early. If you don't give us enough information, we can stop early. Oh, this is going to be a problem. Hold on. The size of the buffer that we receive, that is going to be a problem, because we're not telling... The size of the file that we're reading the syntax highlighting from is not the correct one. So first off, let's stop early if written is not equal to the size of a text format. We're just going to stop. We're done. Just report the total size written. All right, the problem that I have with this, right? The syntax highlighting is being done through a file, which means that there is a certain amount of data to be passed in. And right now we're doing it through the read full file, which opens the file, reads the size that we're told, then provides a buffer of that size to be filled in. What if that buffer doesn't have enough space for all the syntax highlighting? Because the size of that buffer is technically the size of the file. That most likely is going to be more than we need, but not necessarily. Like, the data that we're writing is 32 bits for the color of the syntax highlighting, which should actually probably be tokenized. Also, I think 32 bits for font size. Yeah, so the format of what we're writing probably won't be the final one, because we can do something more optimized, but it doesn't matter. Then let's say 32 bits for the range and range start and range size. Actually, this is 64 bits, but for the sake of it, let's say it's 128 bits for a single syntax highlighting token. What do you call that? I'm not sure. Hi, Abby. We're working on syntax highlighting protocol. We're working on the language file system server formatting, syntax highlighting, auto completion, templating protocol. Not really, it's just a language support file system protocol. So I guess it's LSFSP. Jesus, it's getting worse. It's getting worse. Already, the more I look at the names that I've already given it, the more I realize I've already made them weirder than I thought. But anyway, we're working on an LSP, but from scratch, from first principles. Anyway, the data that we're returning is 128 bytes. Bits, 128 bits per each element that we're syntax highlighting, right? So one for this, 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 which means worst case scenario, well, on average, most likely, the data for this, it's Actually, this is exactly 64 bytes, right? But the data for 64 bits, the data for this 21 characters is less than the data for its syntax highlighting information, even in its current unoptimized format. But so we can assume that the size of the file is probably going to be more than enough to hold all of its syntax information data, but not necessarily. And in order to know exactly how much data we need for it, we need to do the syntax highlighting. So maybe we should do this when we open the file and then report that and then read from it. That would make sense. But yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. When you open, perform syntax highlighting once, and then from then on, just perform on deltas. Updating, but yeah, right now we have that problem. Technically, it's possible that we're not providing enough information to provide a buffer big enough to do the syntax highlighting. But that'll be a problem for another time, I guess. All right. See, LSP can technically also do syntax highlighting. Usually, you don't need an LSP for syntax highlighting, but I'm kind of putting it all together in this case because it's essentially talking about building two different things. There's no point to that. Hell, right now it's not even an LSP, it's just a syntax highlighter, which just looks for this and puts that in yellow. Literally as simple as it can be. But yeah, it doesn't need to be that complex. It isn't right now. But it technically can provide that. Usually that's just not the way that it's normally done. There's usually tree sitter handles that type of stuff. If only tree sitter didn't have the option to work with either JavaScript or Rust, I would actually consider porting it. Except I don't want to port anything, so not really, I'm just lying. All right. Okay, so we know how to do syntax highlighting if we so wish by modifying a file. Now, about these file transformation thingies, again, the difference between this directory and this directory is that this one runs this function when you try to open a file. But this function has the same signature as a normal one. And it kind of has some redundancy going on. Because the real function that gets called is this one, right? The read function for the file system. It gets the module file for the current file, and then realizes, oh, this has a custom read function, so let's run the custom read function. But then, when you run it, you have to get the file again. So it would make more sense if instead of using a file descriptor, it used a... no, maybe not. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it as it is. It's a little bit of redundancy, but it's fine. It's not necessarily the biggest issue that I have. All right. What I do want to do here also is override the open function. So that I can have some extra stuff. So const char path and file ft. Right, the open function should also do this. The very beginning. And if you're supposed to do some other type of thing on top of this file, then you do so instead of the default behavior. Right, same thing here for writing. Same thing for get stat. And same thing for close. Yeah. I want to say same thing for read directory, but is that even a thing? Can you actually override that function? Yes, you can. And truncate as well, which I haven't implemented. All right, so I just realized there's a missing null check here, so it's kind of a problem. Okay, so now we should be able to override behaviors
Lopotom
for the file
followed your
system
channel.
for specific files, like we're doing for the syntax highlighting for all operations that you do on it. And in the case of the syntax highlighting, what do we want to override? We want to get the none of this really. All right, for the syntax highlighting, I want to do this. Get the file. If the file doesn't exist, then that's not going to work. And then, what else do I want to do? Right. The file descriptor's ID is the mfile ID. The file descriptor's size, just to solve the problem that I was saying before, maybe the buffer, because we're reporting the wrong size, maybe the buffer isn't going to be enough. I think 4 kilobytes is going to be more than enough to hold a syntax highlighting information for most code files that I work on right now anyway. If that ever becomes a different thing, we'll fix that. And the correct thing to do is when you open the file, do syntax highlighting on what's already there. That gives you how much size you need, and then progressively do syntax highlighting more as you go along. But for the time being, that's not really necessary. We can also tell it that this is a syntax file, and its cursor we can set it to 0. Then we can return fs success. So long as the file exists, we're going to report some fake but good enough data to indicate that this is a syntax highlight information. It's not the real data file. No. Stat needs to do the same thing. It does work when you open the file, but not when you stat the file. Alright, when you stat the file, the data type is going to be data syntax. The type is going to be entry file. Well, no, actually we can technically get this one directly from the module, because it could also be a directory technically, and its size again is going to be reported as 1000. What if it is a directory though? If it's a file, we're going to report it as 4 kilobytes, otherwise we're going to report it as 0, and we're going to return true. And here we're going to return false. Okay. Still nothing. I'm a little surprised by that, actually. Kind of figured that the syntax highlighter would recognize... Wait, no, I didn't actually plug this function into anything, so that would never work. Okay, when you open, when you read, and when you stat, you run these functions. Right, let's try again. There we go. Cool. So it recognizes that all of these aren't really the files that they claim to be. They're code syntax files. They're code syntax information, which is just an agreed upon data type. It may be inaccurate. It may be not actually that, but you can kind of assume that that's how it's meant to be read. And it reports its size as 4 kilobytes, which again, I don't believe is going to be a problem for the time being. If I have more than 4 kilobytes of syntax highlighting data, when my syntax highlighting also, by the way, literally looks like a for loop with just one finding this string a bunch of times, we probably have bigger issues. All right. Cool. Right, so if I go here, I get syntax highlighting for this thing. By the way, something about the code editor just makes my fans go crazy. Only that, nothing else. Is there another like application that uses the mouse? I guess this. Yeah, I think it has something to do with the mouse. It just acts a little weird. Alright, so. I'm a little bit scared, but I'm gonna turn on my fan and point it towards me. And hopefully it doesn't break apart and explode. I had 2 fans break like 2 days ago, so that's... Well, this one's half broken. The other one is fully broken. I'm a little bit scared that it's gonna finish breaking. Alright, hello Imperial. Unfortunately, it is fan time. Alright. I have to say I'm happy that my syntax highlighting... Not my syntax highlighting, but just like the way that I planned on doing things using the file system is starting to really pay off. because the file system is starting to become really powerful in my system. And it's making building an LSP incredibly simple, because all I need is just a proxy that turns one file, one piece of data into another. That's it. Now I have aliases. Now I have data transformations, which powers all that. And I also have data types. So it's not just raw data in the file system. It's actually tagged with some information. Which just reminded me that I installed this shell that also kinda... I kinda want an excuse to use this more right now. Because it's... I feel like every shell should look like this. And they don't, and it's really disappointing that they don't. I feel like this is just a basic feature that shells should have instead of... Well, actually, this is not bad. The default... Like, this shit... This is ridiculous. The fact that so many like bash commands look like this, where this can look like total and utter nonsense if you don't know what you're looking at. And even if you do know what you're looking at, you may not be entirely sure what every letter means. As in, these are permissions, sure. What does each of the 3 columns stand for? And also, why are the 3 columns all put together? Like, which is which? It requires some system knowledge in order to be able to understand the data from the average terminal command. Whereas, you know, the shell actually understands it. Pretty cool. Though I do wonder if I can pass... Yeah, no, it does the exact same... Come on, man. Are you serious? I'm literally talking about this shell's ability to format data in a way that is actually understandable without you needing to fully, immediately, from the very beginning, understand what that data is. And what is lagging my stream? FPS just dropped. Is it because of this? That would be really funny. No, this seems to be fine now. I don't know what the hell happened there. The FPS dropped for a bit. Yeah, I don't need explicit knowledge of what I'm looking at in order to understand it, which is pretty nice. And probably one of the biggest issues that I had with the terminal, besides the over-reliance that Linux has on it. But then I'm defending its... I'm complaining specifically about like how I find this completely unreadable. Even though I understand what it means, it feels very unreadable. And they go and do the exact same thing. So thank you for that. Thank you for not proving my point. But overall, it is nice that it tells me all this information instead of having to rely on like memorizing what each column means. I don't understand how it ever got to that point, to be honest. Like, I feel like if I run this, you should tell me at the top here what each of these means. Instead, it's just completely unlabeled, completely yeah, hard to understand data, I feel like. Is it open source, actually? I always... Just close the chat in OBS. Great. I always want to see if a project from which I want to take inspiration for building my own shell, in this case, is open source, but then I will never look at its code. So I find other people's code to be very unreadable unless it's incredibly clear. And let's face it, no one's code is incredibly clear. But still, this is kind of what I would want to build my shell philosophy around making it understandable. Not necessarily like, I mean, I think by definition, the terminal is not something that anyone can use because you need to understand the commands that you're running. But you could try to make them a little bit more understandable. Like, I understand that Unix probably was very limited in terms of memory, but there's no reason why a computer in 2026 needs to rely on a command called ls, another one called mv, not to mention the one called cp. Like, that should not be a thing. mkdir is maybe one of the most understandable ones. cd, you can understand where they're coming from with these names, but at the same time, just looking at them, they don't really tell you anything. Rum doesn't really mean much. Then the data that they produce being completely, like, also requiring knowledge. So I feel like at the very least, a terminal should be more like this. It just gives you data in a more structured way. It kind of gives you data in a way that you can understand it without necessarily needing to read manuals about it. Glad to see that someone's trying. Though again, I want to use my terminal as little as possible, so I did say when I make a terminal, I am going to base it off of this, but I don't want to make a terminal. I mean, I already have a terminal. I don't want to expand on the terminal because I want to touch it as little as possible. All right. So we have some very basic syntax highlighting, even if it is hard-coded. And again, I am not exactly willing to go into the compiler code and use it to make proper syntax highlighting happen. In addition to the fact that it can compile not C exactly, so it wouldn't even fully work. All right, is there anything else left to add to this whole thing? It does kind of suck that this whole language thing is inside the kernel right now, not gonna lie. I don't like that. Anything that's in the kernel means you can't easily replace it if you so wish. Not without patching the kernel, or at the very least exposing it through modules here. Nope. Putting it in this folder and then doing some conditional compilation. But even then, it requires to recompile the kernel just to make a modification to it. To something that is not supposed to be in the kernel in the first place. But the file system currently is in the kernel entirely, and file system in user space is an entirely different story. Because I also want to add isolation of the file system, not just allowing usage directly from user space, but not needing to, like, not having this access to the entire disk 100% of the time. But again, not my priority right now. All right. So what else can I work on instead? Interesting file. There is binding, but that is kind of part of having the file system in user space in a way. Because in order to bind a directory to another, you need to have somewhere to do that. Like the code editor should be like, hey, bind the folder that I just opened for the code to the language server, file server, whatever. It doesn't necessarily have to be in user space. I can just make something that isn't a syscall for it, but I cannot. Don't think that's a good idea right now. Don't think I necessarily want to do that. All right. Well, I'm going to see what other improvements I can make to this after the ad break, so I'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay, we're here. Taking advantage of this guy. Just took a bath, so he's clean. Oh. Thank you, Jester. That was very important. All right. If you could sit, please. Thank you. If you could just like, brother. So stubborn. All right. I like the way I like how easy it was for me to do something in the file system with just a few aliases and helper functions. That's always welcome. But I could probably clean up this code even more. Like for example, this function that's supposed to override the read function for a file in order to do the syntax highlighting for it first needs to read the original file, and then it needs to modify, like to apply the actual syntax highlighting on top of the other one. And your hair is getting in my nose. Right, you need to go. And my face. That's great. Where was I? Yeah. So it first needs to open this file, and then it needs to do whatever on it. If I wanted to, technically I'm overriding part of this, but not all of it. I could just make a helper. That would be helpful to not have to reuse all of this code essentially. But that's probably not a priority right now. Right now I just want to ensure that all of this works. Also, I call those things that it does transformations, and technically that's what it is, because it takes a file, reads it, and returns a transformed version of the data. But it's really what it does is just overrides the read or write or open function, whatever you want. Alright, so I can get rid of this alias test thing, because I'm no longer using that. Should I commit the C# typo here? I'm 100% committing the C# typo. How did I do that? Don't underestimate my ability to mistype, misclick, whatever. Should I tag this as development? Added language. What did I call it? The LGBTLLSFSP. Language Support File System Protocol Module. With basic syntax highlighting. All right. Now, LSPs, again, also provide other types of functionality. Technically, the one that I claim to support, I don't support yet. Like, I'm not there yet. Oh my god, my nose is so itchy today. Could it be from carrying a dog that sheds a lot of hair, who's currently shedding a lot of hair because of temperature changes, and who also got a bath today, so he's shedding even more hair? Probably. Is it annoying? Definitely. It literally will not stop. It's not even like allergies, it's just itchy. Alright. Do I still have the page for LSP open? No. So LSPs do support other things, but those are going to take longer because that's going to require even more support on my end to... Well, first off, I need to add that into the code editor itself. The code editor already had support for doing basic syntax highlighting. This doesn't. So it doesn't for... this doesn't have support for like autocomplete. It doesn't have support for auto formatting. So on top of needing to add those features, I would also need to add those features to the code editor itself. But most importantly, they would also be hacked together like a little prototype, but they wouldn't really work. And syntax highlighting is maybe the one that I want the most. It's going away, but yeah, probably washing my face. Or maybe not carrying the dog would have been a good idea. Also, hello, goldfish. But he smells clean. That's not always, it's not always a given, so. Another thing that I definitely need to consider is this. Something like this. But not, I don't know. Yes, but no, but. Alright, so the problem is right now you talk to /language/src, syntax, format, complete, template, cool, and then the name of your file. But there's a lot of hard-coded logic in the file system code to handle subdirectories, to handle arguments of any kind. And also, subdirectories are not really easy to handle all that well. So I was thinking of creating a syntax like this to define a URL-ish path, a file system path, where I can have arguments in it, and the arguments can get parsed, and it would make this whole thing a lot simpler. The question is, how would I define the entire structure of my file system? Because right now what I'm defining is there's a root directory, and inside that root directory there's all these directories here, which have these names, and also their links. They all link to the first one, which links to this, which is currently forced, but should be bound instead through a syscall or something. How would I go about defining it with this syntax? First off, this would support multiple languages, and multiple languages would support multiple projects. So first you would need to register your project, which means I need to have a language lang new, or I can just do this, which is just accessing the directory as a file, and that gives you a new ID. Then define language. Well, first off, I shouldn't have this in there. It should just be like that. then lang id source syntax format complete and template. It should look like that. It's directory traversal, but more complex. Because I want, with as little code as possible, to be able to define complex directory structures in this virtual file system. Right, so with this syntax, I'm able to define the directory structure for any language, for any project inside that language, ideally. So that's how I would do it. Hey, Stoney, what's up? Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go wash my face and get rid of all this dog hair. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, that was annoying. PSA for people who don't have dogs, if you want to get one. No offense to him. But dogs with short hair, their hair gets sticky. It's hard to get rid of it. It's annoying as hell. You get used to it? I don't know if you get used to it. I've had him for 6 years now. And, yeah. I mean, it's not all dogs, just, I don't know, his hair has glue on it, I don't know. He just likes to spread his love around like that. It's really annoying, not gonna lie. Alright. And now he's spreading his love somewhere else. I literally bathed him today, so that's probably why he's shedding even more. That's the problem. Alright. Yeah, I feel like the directory traversal, if I do it like this, should be a lot easier to do than buddy, the current hard-coded mess that I have. That's probably how I want directory traversal to work, and I'm not gonna lie, the syntax from this comes from this. Express are the people who came up with this. It's still not done. At least that's where I learned this kind of syntax from. See, so you have users, user ID, books, book ID, which then resolves to users 34 book 8989. And you can do the routing like this, and then you can access these parameters. You can access these parameters like that. And here I go again, blurring the line between a URL and a file path. Which I don't mind. I think that URLs are already used to providing services. That's like what any API that's served over the web does, pretty much. And my file system does that too, just through the file system. So blending the two concepts together, I think, makes perfect sense. All right. Now the thing is, this lang thing, I currently don't have a need for it necessarily, but the clipboard does kind of have, it's literally in the same folder too. This is literally all the code for the clipboard because all of it is in the stack fs. And the stack fs defines just two files. And everything else after that is very hard coded into it. On top of that, yesterday I added some handling for subdirectories to VFS, which did not mirror here. So I should probably mirror it somewhat. So I think I might want to try doing this kind of syntax. Right. So yeah, let's see if we're able to simplify this code a little bit, where we have the directory as file. So the point of it is you can access the latest entry into this stack by just accessing the stack itself. So that's this, which is essentially there's hair on my keyboard. There is dog hair on my keyboard. Oh my god, I'm gonna shave him. Just gonna look like a Sphinx cat. It's gonna look like one of these. Next time you see Jester, he's gonna be rocking this haircut. You know what? I don't think he has the build for it. No offense, Jester. But I don't think he has the build for it. I guess we'll see after I'm done shaving him. But it's actually so annoying. I carried him for a minute and my face is still itchy. I washed it. My keyboard has hair on it, which is not helping because like I'm touching my keyboard and then my face itches, so I touch my face, so I'm probably getting more hair into it instead of less. It's also allergy season and I'm not really feeling any allergies lately, but it is probably making me more sensitive. So that's probably not helping. Anyway, let's try to power through it. Using the example of the clipboard, even though I'm using this helper file here, you can access the clipboard root directory, and that gives you the latest entry into the keyboard, or you can write into it, in which case you create a new entry into the keyboard. You can do this to access the clipboard okay, I just realized that it might get a little bit complicated. You can do this to access a specific item into the clipboard history. These are sorted where 0 is the oldest and n is the newest. You can also access clipboard latest ID, where you access 0 being the newest and n being the oldest. So it's literally just the same but inverting the IDs. Is there any other functionality that I've wanted to add to this, but maybe the file system paths were a little bit complex and weren't exactly the best? Thinking not. No, I think we're good. Yeah. should be good. So you access really these, and ideally sorted. Because I was thinking, how to differentiate between this and this. Bye, Goldfish. Thanks for joining. How do you differentiate between when you're trying to access a specific ID or the latest? Now, an ID is numeric, but just with this information, how do we know that an ID is numeric? We don't. We don't really have that information. So how do we know that latest isn't just, I don't know, a base 64 encoded ID or just a letter-based ID? We don't really have that information, so we have to sort unless somewhere else we also specify the ID is numeric, but no, because even then, what if I want to have it so that there's a hard-coded latest 0? So I think sorting is probably the best way, but oh god, that sucks. Thanks, Goldfish. Where's the razor? I'm gonna shave that dog. I'm shaving the dog. I'm shaving the dog. He's gonna look like a naked mole rat. Is that what it's called? A naked mole? Or is it just a mole rat? Well, I don't know. He's gonna look all weird. Oh, I'm looking it up on this computer. Yeah, it's a naked mole rat. I was a little bit confused because Fallout has them. They're just giant, but they're just called mole rats, not naked mole rats. So I'm not sure they're just as hairless. They're also not wearing clothes despite being mutants. So not sure why exactly they're called that. Anyway. Alright, I think the best thing I can do is break this entire thing and rebuild it. Not from the ground up, because I'm keeping the code. I'm just gonna break it and then fix it, essentially. And this is gonna act as my little prototype, as my little guinea pig or mole rat, if you will, for how I'm going to define these directories with arguments. We have Node.js in the file system, everybody. I'm taking a concept from Node.js and putting it into my file system. However, guaranteed somebody out there is putting actual Node.js in the file system. Which, by the way, if you're doing that, bad idea, horrible idea, don't do it. Stop. Right now. Stop it. Yep. Stop it. Nope. Don't do that. Alright. So, my job is mostly app development, which is why I also talk a lot about like Apple stuff and Swift and iOS development, because it's what I'm most familiar with outside of what I do here. Also because it's great. Can't lie. Us Apple developers are incredible. Oh, Apple developers makes me sound like I work for Apple. Us iOS developers are incredibly blessed. It's web friendly. What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? Well, please refer to about a minute ago in the broadcast. As much as you need to not put Node.js in the file system. Thank you. Microsoft, I'm also specifically talking to you. Can you imagine how much of a loser you have to be making an operating system? Creating applications But that's it. That's the entire sentence. To be making an operating system. That's the entire sentence. No. To be making an operating system. To be one of the biggest companies in the world. To be creating native applications for your operating system and to use React for it. You have to be a loser to do that. But again, I stick by the, you know how big of a loser you have to be to make an operating system as a full self-contained sentence. File system isn't good if you can't wrap it in a React component. I'm feeling shame just by stealing a concept from people whose entire job it is to handle URLs. Which again, is incredibly helpful for building what I'm trying to build. And that's already enough for me. To be like, yeesh, this feels weird. Alright, when you initialize the file system, I'm hoping I can get rid of this static entries thing. For the time being, maybe I should keep it. How do I retrieve the arguments? Didn't think about that one, did ya? Anyway, I'm just going to define 3 entries into this file system. The file that is at the root of the directory itself, which is a bit of a hidden file. The latest using the ID, so sorting by latest. Can I even make it like sort? Sort ID. Is that a good idea? We can leave it hard-coded as latest for the time being. And then ID like that. Alright, so if I try to run this, none of it is going to work. But if we add Node.js to it, let me think about it. It shows them as normal entries, which... this one actually worked. Why did that one work? Hello? That should not have worked. Maybe because it was marked as a directory, whereas the latest one has some code that checks it. No, why are you letting me open that? That's not supposed to be... Fuck off. Anyway, another thing that I can do with this, now that I have like a system to tag files to indicate what their content is, and I have a system to do arguments in the file path, I could create a descriptor that gives you this information to make these file systems somewhat self-documenting. It's worth a shot. Now, alright, so it kind of sees this. Okay, and what happens if I actually fill something in the file descriptor here? Funnily enough, I have the actual entries, and they're actually correct. That's weird as shit. Latest ID points to this. Or, yeah, points to this file, which is the latest. So how did you do that? How did you do that? You should not be able to... Whatever, man. Whatever.
Foss Unleashed followed your channel.
Wait, there should be another entry for latest ID. Because this is an actual directory that you can open. And they put something in it. Yep. It still works. Well, I'm not surprised that it works, actually. All I'm doing here is adding 2 new entries that are just completely meaningless. I still don't know how this maps onto this file. Like, how did I make that work? I have no idea. But whatever. Alright. First off, when reading the directory, you list entries you should ignore entries that are considered to be that have arguments in them, right? Because those are not actual file entries. They're just templates. And they should be filled in. No, wait, that's the wrong. So this one shouldn't show up. This one shouldn't show up. Instead, they should be made to list this out and this out. Wait. Let me see. Path to list out is empty. Path to list out is latest. Alright. So I need to list entries that fit this path here. So I'm gonna make a new function for this so I don't break everything. No, I'm not. Let's screw it. Let's break everything, I don't care. Alright, so we have an entry name, right? So first off, we don't want to list out any template URL in this thing. And number 2, we want to list out the contents of a specific we want to fill those in. Also, we want to list out the contents of a certain directory. I feel like that didn't make any sense. I'm going to try something. Yeah, so this shouldn't be listed out in the root directory. This should be listed out in inside of the latest directory. So we're gonna need to keep a prefix, and that prefix we're going to check if str start prefix entry name equal to strlen of prefix, then we want to list it out. I feel like there should be some extra logic to that. Feel like there should definitely be some extra logic to that. But maybe it's easier if I make this whole thing const char. So I don't have to do a bunch of conversions. All right, so we take. Well, let me see what it does. But again, I think it should have extra logic because this is still gonna print anything that has a slash in it, which means the root directory is gonna list absolutely everything inside of it. Yeah, and this is gonna list out nothing apparently. Path to list out is that you're gonna call this and I kind of want you to tell me the entry name, size of this thing, template list for type of directory. Not entirely sure, to be honest, what I need to do here. All right. 0, 0, 0. That makes sense. See, these should match. The path to list out is latest. Oh, dash latest. So here's what we're gonna do. Just gonna skip that part manually. I don't know what you mean by per type of directory you have. Okay, okay, this is exactly what I wanted. Yes, good, 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 good. All right. Now advance. Hold on.
Retro Maximus Plays followed your channel.
Also this part. Kind of just calculate that once. And no, I don't think I need this variable. I'll just put this here. All right. The root directory would have an array of dir tabs, and the latest directory would have a list of dir tabs. Yeah, I'm trying to do it without having that kind of nesting, though. I'm hoping I can do it like that. I do have that issue right now with subdirectories. They're incredibly limited because everything is so hard-coded, to the point that previous subdirectories were like, you know, some very hard-coded checks for them. And I'm trying to make that better. But yeah, I would rather have... yeah, I know that limits the complexity of it. That's fine. It's mostly going to be used for virtual file systems. So for file systems that have a very predetermined structure to them. If they want to have more complexity, that needs to be handled. This is just a default implementation of it, essentially. Hopefully I can make it modular enough that if you need more, you can enhance what I already built, but that this should be enough. All right, so again, this one should not list latest/ID. But I think I should be good with just getting rid of anything that has a slash in it. And then this one doesn't list anything anymore. What the hell happened when I literally just moved some code around? Ah, wait. The preference length needs to be recalculated here. Well, not recalculated, just adjusted. Okay. Yeah. I should be good with just skipping past the preflen and doing this to skip the directory itself, which is also being listed. Yep. Yeah, so kind of want to do this thing as well. No, wait. Here. Okay, so this lists only the ID ones, which I'm supposed to then fill in. And this also lists this, which we can get rid of by just checking if it has a thingy like this. One of these functions does what I need, but I'm not sure which one. Is it you? This is not even a function that I have. It's just a function that it auto-completed from system libraries, probably. Do I have a dog hair in my mouth? Brother! Jesus, I carried him for like less than a minute. And I'm still paying the consequences of that like an hour later. STR has char, which is a lot easier to read than Why does it expect 3 arguments though? Oh, maximum. Why does it have a maximum? Whatever. Alright, so we should be skipping any subdirectory's content in the root directory. No, we skipped everything. Does this check? Right, because it returns the size. So if it's bigger or equal to 0, then we continue, meaning it actually has that char. Okay, so now we have only ID and latest. Okay, there we go, subdirectory listing. And then here it is actually listing out the directories, but this part is again hard-coded for the time being. This is not working. That's to be expected. Alright. Not half bad. Considering the stack read dir is now able to just use the default implementation, so we no longer need this. But we'll keep it for the time being. Alright, this is where it gets to be a little bit of a problem. Is the IDs. They're currently being added to the list of entries. Whereas this structure expects them to be an argument, not a real file. Alright, so I'll solve that in a second. 9p2000 or 9p2000L? I only have client support. I'd probably need to add the other one too. But, L? Hold on, wait, we can do a string search for it. 9p2000 L. Hey Retromax and Medvez. Just over a year been working on this. Been working on it. It is kind of monolithic. See, with the file system becoming as powerful as it is, it should be possible to make it more service oriented, but the kernel architecture is monolithic and I'm okay with that. Just I can move stuff out of the kernel to a certain extent, I'm not sure. And it's not Unix-like, but for example, the everything is a file thing I took from Unix, but I'm actually expanding on it more. But yeah, I have a lot of issues with Unix. So it's inspired by Unix, not Unix-like, and definitely not POSIX. Okay.
BRZ4NA followed your channel.
Actually, I should be able to simplify a lot the stuff that I do with the clipboard files. I don't need to create an actual file entry anymore if I have arguments instead of files. So that will solve my problem. POSIX is fun until it's not fun. Yes, that's true. That's exactly why I don't want it to be POSIX compliant. Is there like a list? I mean, there is probably a list, but is there like a POSIX compliance test. Requirements. Is there like a list of requirements that I can read somewhere? Just a simple list, not super detailed. Yeah, no, not the standards, but that's probably gonna be very verbose and hard to read, kind of. I just mean like a very simple list. Probably Wikipedia has it, if anything. C17 language standard. Alright, so pretty much process creation and control needs to work in the same way that it has it. Signals, which I don't have. Yes, I just want a summary. Just to highlight things that I don't care, because the thing is, I technically need all these features. I just don't necessarily want to implement them in the exact same way that POSIX has. There are things that I don't like. Like, for example, we're not going to find a list of it here, but I do believe that certain commands are required to be considered POSIX compliant. I'm not seeing it here. Pipes, POSIX terminal interface. It's an entire thing. Actually, ANSI escape sequences are part of that, aren't they? Well, I do think, I don't feel like reading this whole thing, but I do think that you need to have those commands, and honestly, like, ls, mv, cd, all of those, mkdir, I don't necessarily have a problem with having aliases to my commands that have the same name as the POSIX commands, because I'm used to them. But at the same time, I was talking about it before when I showed off this shell, that I was just talking about like the formatting that it does, right? Where I don't need to understand every single, what this 0 means without looking at the header. What does this 10 mean? What does 4096 mean, which is how ls normally formats this? If I just run ls, lsl, what does this 4096 mean? This I find impossible to parse, even though I fully understand what it is, and I also know what the 4096 means. What is 23? It's completely unlabeled data. On top of that, the ls command itself, I know it because I know it, because I've memorized it. It has a meaning, probably means list, I'm assuming, but like, I do understand that Unix was, the first version was probably very limited in memory, probably 8-bit, I'm assuming, but like, you could afford more than 2 characters, I'm pretty sure. You could have written list. You could have made it actually understandable. There's that other, because like libc has the same problem since they're so long listing format. It doesn't stand for list. Well, in my case, LSL stands for list. So yeah, maybe yours makes a little bit more sense. But you see how I know how the command works. I don't need to look it up every time I use it. I genuinely just thought that because it made sense, because it's literally just a letter. Like, how much information can I possibly infer from just one letter? Not a whole lot. That's my issue with those commands. Where, like, most likely I will end up creating aliases for my commands to work by calling them under ls, cd, mkdir. Well, actually, mkdir I might keep. But it's such ridiculous naming convention. Like, we have enough letters to handle them. You type it hundreds of times. Yeah, that's the thing. I actually created an alias in my terminal to do Q instead of exit. So yeah, that's useful. But that being the only option is so ridiculous. Like, as a beginner, how did, like, anyone who knows that command, when you were a beginner, how did you learn what each of them did? Some of them you might have figured out on your own, but a vast amount of them you just learned by memorizing them. Especially if you're not a native English speaker. It's even less intuitive. Obviously, even read is not going to be that intuitive if you're not an English speaker, but yeah. Yeah, you just heard it and you remembered it. That's pretty much it. 16-bit machine, so Unix was originally 16-bit, okay. Well, but still, you had 4 characters, right? You could have written this thing. And then make an alias. I feel like, yeah, make a readable command, and then make an alias for a shortcut. Not make a shortcut, and then that's it. But actually, now I'm wondering, because I use a limited number of commands. But when it comes to like string operations, for example, what the hell was that function? Yeah. Str, which is what Z auto-completed for me before. Which to me is str has character. You can understand what this does, right? I'm still shortening string to str, but like has char. Is that so hard to understand? strchr is not clear. And also my other issue with POSIX and Unix is that maybe back then it made sense. It's 2026. What a beautiful, beautiful website. They didn't even have like the Linux mascot. It's just a random penguin. Yeah, don't feel inspired to look through that. I don't know. Sorry for wanting my information to be intuitive. My bad. The good thing about it doesn't change. It does keep backwards compatibility. The problem with that is that, like, how much software from the 80s are you using nowadays where you really need backwards compatibility? And, you know, why are we still sticking to... Again, I calculated earlier. I might be wrong because I genuinely just said it off the top of my head. But I calculated earlier that we're closer to the 2070s than to the 1970s. Depending on the year. So, why the fuck are we still basing ourselves off of stuff from back then as the gold standard? Not only the gold standard, but pretty much the only standard in computing. Linux kernel port 2 days ago? What do you mean port? Like ported to what? Like embedded, or what did you do? Also, the fact that there's no concept for a GUI in POSIX. I have to say, as much as I hate Electron, JavaScript in applications, and all of that stuff, you kinda understand where it comes from when you look at how difficult it is to get a window on a screen that works multi-platform. Now, could there have been a better solution? Yes. But compare how difficult it is to get a GUI going in native versus on the browser. I'm not surprised that they ported the browser into applications and that that's now like how they make applications. Like it's not that shocking. By the way, this doesn't apply to you, Microsoft. It's embarrassing that you're making an operating system. You only have to support literally one platform and you're still using React. So this applies for people who are working on multiple platforms. But the start menu on Windows literally only runs on Windows. Why the fuck is that thing made in React? Alright, so and also that's not a justification for JavaScript in applications because it's stupid. But I understand where it came from. I understand your frustration. I just don't like your solution. It is made in React. Start menu is made in React. I mean, if you use Windows, you know, because it takes like a year to open. Revealed as resource-heavy React Native app sparks performance concerns. They make the graphics API. See, that's what I'm saying. As a third-party developer, I can understand the frustration that leads you to wanting to just do the same thing that you do in the browser for applications. Because otherwise, you have to support whatever the fuck Windows does for native, which I don't think they're even using, clearly. You have to support SwiftUI for Mac. You then have to support X11. You have to support Wayland. Anything else besides those for Linux? Or JavaScript. You get the point. Again, could we have done a better framework? Yes. But I kinda get it. Again, I get the problem, but not the solution. C# with 2-3 UI frameworks. Yeah, I don't know about which UI frameworks, but that's the thing. When you have multiple platforms, this is a genuine problem, and it's really frustrating. Bro just dropped the fucking Bitcoin wallet right there. Jesus Christ. When you are doing an operating system's start menu, you literally do not have that problem. By definition, you're now working on multiple platforms when you're making a built-in application into your platform. That makes no sense. Why would you do this? It's Microsoft. They were like, our operating system works, it's too shitty, barely works. Actually, you know what? It's not shitty enough. We can do worse. And they did. And then they added Copilot to it. Twitch just sent you to a random stream. What the hell? Oh. This is not being used, is it? Oh, no, get out of here. No, we don't need you. Thank you for your service, but you're not needed anymore. Alright, just deleted some. I love deleting code. Alright, back to the file system stuff. I waited until the ad break to actually start working on this. Amazing. Make entry. Here it is. So yeah, my entire stack file system is literally backed up by real files. I don't know about this. I would rather it wasn't. And real files just means there's a stack. By the way, this type used to be called stack T, And then I compiled it on Mac, and it turns out that there's some debug feature in a built-in header on Mac called the stack T, and so I had to change the name of mine to R stack T. Now it's the pirate version of it, array stack T. No, I already have something called entries. Alright, so you're not going to make an entry. No, no, no. You're not going to do that. Instead, no, wait. No, wait. Get rid of that. Okay. If we don't have a data, we're going to create... Did I not make it a pointer? I didn't make it a pointer. If we don't have the data, we're going to create it. And then we are going to not create a file like this. That's kind of dumb. We're going to create a buffer like this to hold our clipboard. We're going to write to it. We're going to push it onto the stack. Stack push data new booth. And we don't need to do this stupid string formatting for it anymore. Alright, so pretty sure now everything's gonna be broken, barely gonna work, if not straight up crash. Didn't work. Didn't crash. That's cool. Anywho. When we read from a file... Alright, when we read from the latest file, actually. This is a really stupid thing that we're doing here. Wait. Alright, so this whole argument thing is a little bit weird because when we... Damn, I hadn't thought about this. Alright, when I open, let's say, file latest/3, that's not a real file. It's also not a file entry that I have. This module file does not exist for it. So how can I do anything with it? I'll have to create it, I guess. Okay. Maybe I'll have to think about these arguments a little bit. Luckily, I did commit what I was doing before.
Asante 1661 followed your channel.
So everything I'm doing now is just prototyping. It's just a little bit of fun. And we can just ignore it. All right, when you're reading from the stack, all you have to do if no data, you need to return 0. There's nothing to read. Otherwise, we're going to get the buffer from the stack get. Not sure why you don't want to autocomplete this shit for me. Get a buffer from data at stack count data. Get the latest buffer. All right, so writing, we don't have a history right now, but we should be able to access this file, the slash clipboard, just without a
Alpha
history.
Victor Charlie followed your channel.
I mean, the history is there, but we can't see it. Wait, hold on, there's nothing in it. It crashes! Woohoo! And the best part about it is I haven't been able to actually resolve these addresses to proper file names in a while, and I'm not sure why. I also haven't bothered checking why. We're creating a buffer, we're pushing it onto the stack. This looks fine. What I'm a little bit surprised by is the reading. Oh, no, wait. The demo reads and writes to the file. So if this fails, yeah, that makes sense. Stack gets is going to read the data as a buffer pointer. And then, it's an off by one error. Off by one error. Again. Okay, so that failed. Probably because it's trying to stat. And I'm not sure where that's going. Do I do it on Linux? I mean, I'm using Linux, but it's not a Linux kernel, if that's what you're asking. Is it a Temple OS kind of stream? You judge for yourself. It's not like Linux, no. I'm not using the Linux kernel. Yeah, stat probably isn't working. Stat root isn't working, most likely. Which means stack fs resolve path. Yeah, that's wrong. And when we do this type of shit, we need I'm gonna hard code something right now real quick. The dear ass file, this thing. If we're trying to access this file, then we're just going to manually return the data that we want. If autocomplete worked, that would be great. We don't know the data type. We don't have that stored. The type is entry file. And the size is taken from here. Alright, and then just return true. So we avoid the code that's currently not adapted. It's not that it's not working, it's that it's not yet adapted. Okay, it opened, but of course it didn't read it. Well, not of course. Not of course at all. It should have read. Let me see if this print shows up. No, it's amazing. A lot of null pointers, but let's see now. So the mistake I made there is to open the file without. Also the same mistake I made here. If no data or no stack count data return false. Failed to get info, there's nothing in that right now. Okay, reading 0 from file buffer, so I think the writing is not working. You're creating that, you're creating the buffer, and then you're writing to the buffer, but the one that was pushed was no longer the correct buffer, is it? That is no longer the correct buffer. The one that was pushed is a copy of the buffer. Alright, write to the buffer, clipboard, boom, and it is reading data from it. There's some information, but it's not showing up here. It says it's reading 6 characters, but it isn't. Is there actual data in there? File buffer. Surprisingly, the kernel was not that difficult to make. It's reading data. Right there. Also, here I should just be using stack get. I make that into a pointer, it's easier, but also it should work better, perhaps? No. I'm confused. There's data in the buffer. You're reading the buffer. You're somehow not reading anything, though. Read 0. Under what freaking circumstances are you reading 0? There is a buffer, because we just checked. I do believe these arguments haven't changed since I haven't touched them, but I guess you never know.
Fire_tech_metal followed your channel.
And this cursor here, I guess I also want to check that one to make sure that it isn't somehow being weird. Anyway, print the size, the address of the buffer, the size of the buffer, and the FD cursor. The size is 0. So the size being reported here is wrong. This buffer size is wrong, which is why we're requesting a buffer of size 0, apparently. Even though we're being told that there is a buffer size, so what the hell? Wait, I didn't save the file. I didn't notice that. That would have taken so much longer to actually realize. Okay, clipboard, there we go. Stat buffer hello 6. Okay. So what the hell then? I'm being told the correct size of the buffer. I'm being told the correct contents of the buffer. Why then am I trying to read into 0? A buffer of 0 size. What's up with that? That's annoying. That's the file browser that when it tries to open a file, it does so from stat here. No. Here. It is reading data, but it's not. The hell? Read full file. Which opens... open doesn't return the correct size. Oh my god. I feel like this whole file system saga has just been me making the same mistakes on a loop. Hey, let's code, guys. It's just me making a mistake and then making the same mistake again, and then making the same mistake again, and then making the same mistake again. Oh, but why does it report the size as 0? Oh, because I implemented what I'm doing in stat but not in open. Or I implemented what I'm doing in open but not in stat. Repeat. Forever, 4 days a week. Alright, yeah, you no longer do this. The buffer that you talk to is now stack get data stack count -1 for data. And again, for the file descriptor, the data type, you're going to fill in as 0, and for the file descriptor size, you're going to fill in as the B buffer size. And we're going to add a little bit of a check for if no data or no stack count data, we're going to return fs result not found. The file doesn't actually exist. So first I want to check that. File doesn't actually exist. Good, good, good. We now try to fail to get info. Your mom failed to get info. What the f... You're filling in the information here. I don't understand. I don't know what to tell you, man. Setting up a debugger to me takes longer than just printing something, seeing why it doesn't work, and then just fixing it. Especially when GCC is what I have available for this. GDB, not GCC. And it's breaks more than it works. Hold on. Is this the one that's causing that issue? Print is also always available. You don't need to set it up. So if you have an error that you weren't expecting, if you have enough prints... No, that's not it. So how are you failing to get information? This failed to get info comes from stat not working. But fuck off. I literally, the same errors on a loop. Okay, sometimes you do forget to actually add the correct print. That one's on me. What do you mean ID? What do you mean ID? The path that we're trying to get stat for is not this one? Hello? It's literally this one? What do you mean ID? What the fuck? It's actually so confusing because it was working and then it stopped. But what? I'm actually so confused by what just happened. I touched a different function and this one stopped working, and now it reports that I'm looking at the wrong file? Or is this just a different print? That's probably what it is. It's probably a different print. So, clipboard. Try to open this. Stat for root and fail to get info. Which means that this stopped working then. It says nothing in clipboard. Data is null. But like... Wait, is it because of the check here? It's probably because of this. Yeah, this is not opening anything anymore. Alright, so I need to refigure out the logic for this one. If there's no data, you're going to create it.
NOKX1Z followed your channel.
Then, else do this. Right, so if we already have some existing information, so if stack count or data, we already have some existing information, we're going to return that so we can read from the file. Okay, so now it should fail. But if I go in here, it crashes. And this demo process, what it's doing is, no, this is concurrent writing. This should be writing into the clipboard by opening the clipboard using this file descriptor and writing to it. So opening the clipboard should already have created a new data thing. We open this, which means the file is going to get indeed created. Then we're not going to fill out any information about it because there isn't any. When we write to the file here, we write to the root directory. If there's no data, how did we get to this point? Before writing, we always open the files, so data should exist. I don't think this is happening, but it feels like this is happening. This is not happening. Again, why did all my debug information disappear? Now it's pretty much impossible to know where it is crashing. Not impossible, but it's a pain in the ass. I have to figure all of these out manually. Okay, what did this used to look like? Move. Just did that. And returns success. Opens the file. Pretty sure it's getting to this point. Has data, yes. You're creating the buffer right here. You're pushing to it. I'm assuming this is what's crashing? I'm assuming it's crashing in the right, but maybe it's crashing when reading? I mean, it did write 5 characters, which is actually correct. So, what are you going on about? This obviously does not happen. Alright, so then you try to read most likely. I'm assuming this is where you're crashing. No. No, also no. Alright, clipboard. Clipboard copy. Is it closing the file, maybe? No, that would not make sense. I don't think that's even implemented, to be honest. Nope, it's not implemented. So it's gotta be when you try to read, right? When you're trying to paste, you're trying to open / clipboard. You're checking for this. You're then allocating and reading and closing. But we're not getting to any of those. Wait, was it statting? Or no, just opening? Oh, open again is going to print twice because it's not actually opening again. Open the file, open the clipboard file. Excuse me? Hold on. The fact that this prints, but this doesn't, means that the crash is here? Holy shit. -1 was in the wrong place. Wow. Maybe it's not super nice that C lets you do that, but sometimes it really is, so. I don't know, man. I like C. Just, you know, sometimes you shoot yourself in the foot. But you're sitting in a chair, so you don't need your foot anyway. You're off by 1, but in the wrong place. Don't even know what I'm building. No, I'm trying to build a kind of a. I'm blanking on the word. A virtual file system. A system to easily define virtual file systems. Alright, here's the thing about it. The clipboard is back to working, and actually it's a lot simpler because I don't have to like translate file names into other file names. Which, by the way, if I had kept that system, I could have done with an alias, but whatever. Maybe that would have been overcomplicating things. This is probably a better approach. Now, I have an entire other thing to take care of. A virtual file system that makes it easier to define the structure of the file system more so than to navigate. Navigating is easy. Yeah, so you can define your file system with just this to handle all cases. Right, and I actually considered, of course, doing even this to make it even more generic. Now, the thing about the parameters is that I need to make it a little bit smarter than this. I need to give it some sort of binding to the parameters to tell it, hey, whenever you see ID mentioned, I'm talking about the data that you find in this array. Right? So you want to list out the IDs, list them out from here. So I kind of need to do that. But probably tomorrow? Not really feeling it today. Also, the same thing for the sorting. if I want to do sort instead of hard coding latest, I wouldn't mind doing that. Yeah, let me keep going for a bit. All right. How would I do that though? And the way that it works right now, it's actually fully broken now. The clipboard no longer shows its, what is it called? It no longer shows its actual history in it because the previous version of how it worked used to create files every time you paste it to the clipboard. Now the logic for like the way that it works in terms of memory and whatnot is kind of very similar. It just doesn't create files automatically. In order to create those files, we need to kind of bind the ID to this data. Not sure that binding is maybe the correct way of doing it. It's just that that would make it a lot easier. Where the directory listing, right, whenever I say sort ID, this thing, whenever it finds ID, just go through the array, have some way of listing out entries, and, well, list them out. But I'm not sure that binding is the right way to do it. Yeah, that's overcomplicating things. Let me see. Where's my directory listing here? So right now it's using this. Okay, so yes, I kind of have an idea for how I can do this. If the file ID contains this symbol, then it's an argument, right? And I can pass this list entries thing a handler that replaces the list entries in a way. For handling these arguments. Handle argument. And then what do we pass in? The slice for the argument? That plus this helper. I also need to pass this helper to it. I'm not entirely sure any of this makes sense, but we can try it. Slice from literal entry name. And the helper otherwise do this thing. And just for a second, just to not overcomplicate things too much, where I did that sort, I'm going back to latest. Not an argument anymore, because I want to deal with one argument at a time, not two. That's going to be too much. And I also need to do allow this to be optional. If you don't have an argument, you just handle it as normal. So this takes a string slice, and it takes an fs dear list helper, and that is the argument that we are going to pass to you. Slice literal match. We're going to list out the entries in here, and not sure why I gave it a return type, but we're going to return 0. Well, I do know why, because there's limited space in which we can list contents. List out entries, okay. So here I expect you to list out the contents of my directory. Can I copy this real quick? Sadly though, not everything is file system anymore, so this offset thing barely even makes sense anymore. I guess we're gonna not have support for that just yet. Count the data entries, and the sorting will come by later. Also, the prefix should be passed into this. Slice from literal prefix, slice from literal entry name, helper, okay, good. All right, so here I want to list out the so-called files that I have. By just going through the array of actual data that I have and reading from there. So essentially parsing the ID argument into actual fake files, but still into files. I need to copy more code from here, from you. Thank you. That would be the entry name, which we're going to create with a string. A format string, which right now we don't have. Entry name. Data, and again, we're not doing offset. All right. Oh wait, it's actually a lot simpler than I thought. Hold on. All we have to do is the entry name is going to be count. But if prefix If prefix is latest, then it needs to be inverted. Case insensitive, true. In that case, it's going to be count minus I. Otherwise, it's going to be I. Did I say it was going to be count? That was wrong. So I should list them out as 0, 1, 2 or 2, 1, 0. 0, 1, 2 or 3, 2, 1. Off by 1. Okay, so this handles the argument correctly. Wait, I didn't check if it does handle the arguments correctly. I don't know what the hell I tried doing there. 0, 1, 2, and then 2, 1, 0. Now, I don't have support for opening those files yet, but I kind of want to flesh all of this out before I get to that point. So here's what we're going to do. I want to try out again, instead of latest, sort. I want to see what happens if I do what happens if I do those two kinds of arguments. Unknown argument sort with prefix none. That makes sense. Okay, latest is back. We can enter it, nothing is inside of it. Wait, because I kind of need that print from before. No. Just keep this logic, right? With latest, but also print. Let me do this properly. This goes in here, but I also want you to print the argument name and the prefix name. Actually, do it every chance you get, every time. So I know exactly how this gets formatted. There is an operating system that operates on URLs? What is it? Alright, 0, 1, 2 are back. I think they were always there. I'm not sure. No prefix, ever. Little weird, because I expect the prefix here to be latest. No, wait, no. Pretty sure it can work if I make this hard-coded to be latest. But it kind of highlights a problem with the way that I've been building this thing. Yeah, it works. I might need to think about this properly. It's not amazing. It's not an amazing system. Yeah, you can sort, and so I can technically, yeah, maybe some binding system is gonna be better. Like so that every aspect of the URL or the file path can kind of determine what each argument is supposed to mean at any point. Because when I go to latest/ID, it doesn't really know what that means. Because it's not supposed to understand latest, it's supposed to understand sort. So what does it mean when you try to access latest? I don't know. Well, it's supposed to be one of the sorts. And what does it mean when you try to access 3? It's supposed to be one of the IDs. So it's not exactly the most robust of systems in its current implementation. I kind of don't want to keep going with it. I would much rather leave that for tomorrow. I don't know, I'm kind of torn between continuing and not. Kind of very torn between continuing or not, I'm not sure. I'm good, Arctic, how are you? Mostly because, yeah, this directory, I could do this. Sure. But, for example, the language directory thing, that one does have a more 50 watch streak, goddamn. That one does have a more complex URL scheme where it's gonna be the ID here and then some hard-coded stuff here. And then maybe some more stuff here. So yeah, I really don't know how to handle it. And I cannot think of any solution right now. But yeah, if I want to have a URL that's literally just arguments, I should be able to. I keep calling them URLs. I'm slowly JavaScripting my file system. Express is starting to take over. I stole their arguments, and little by little they're starting to take over, and I feel like soon enough I'll be writing my start menu in React Native. Oh lord. Yeah. It's starting. Like, it's not even an issue that I can just say, oh, I won't need this. So I'll figure it out when I do need it. No, I need it. I need it. then maybe prefix. Let me see how I'm using this prefix thing. List entries into this path. Okay. Wait, okay, I'm starting to figure it out. This check here. This check here. I'll need to add another check. Because what I think is failing is this. Prefix s is not matching s, where we do prefix and entry name. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. All right. What I need to do really is resolve that latest is one of the prefixes, so it's fine. It does match. It should match. Anyway, I'm just gonna do it with another function pointer here. These function pointers are really not good for you. You should not use them like this. I'm actually just gonna steal the entire function, move it here, create an alias for it, right, where I can just call this instead of function pointers. Since I'm prototyping, I can do that. All right, handle argument. In that case, I can just get rid of all that and just make it like that you don't need this. Yeah, we're good? No, we're not good. And I left this there. Okay. Yeah, so we can check if prefix latest matches sort ID. The other way around. Oh, template is a keyword? I don't think for C, but I think Clang was being a little weirder and highlighting it as a keyword. Right, so if we find sort, let's check that it fits within what we expect to be sorting, which is latest, and literally nothing else. List arg entries, right, you no longer need to pass this function. And yeah, I left this here. Or argument match between the prefix and the template being the entry name. Very nice. Now it matches again. Wait. Does it? Yes. All right, so we can match sort to any of these. And we are back to being able to list out the contents of the directory properly. But again, I haven't implemented any of this stuff to be able to actually open these files. So they're grayed out and you can't open them. Now handle argument is actually list argument, where you list out the specific type of argument that you're trying to match. And actually we might want to make sure that this is for sort. And then if sort, check if it's latest. Wonderful. Now, this is now list argument. What about when I'm doing stat, which would allow me to not have those be grayed out anymore, and when I'm doing open? Well, I should be able to use the argument match here to be able to give me some information on them. Well, I'm not sure. Let me print what this path looks like to begin with. All right. Start out with this latest 0, 1, 2. All right, so yeah, we need to match them to some sort of argument. So I can do a find entry function, which returns a module file. Find entry module file point. Just return a module file for the time being. We're only reading information, so we don't really need to. What's bro doing back there? Wait, that's for these. Hold on, let me see what it looks like for the other ones. When you're accessing
On a
latest,
scale of 1 to 10, how
it's
difficult
latest
would you
this.
say creating and developing an operating system is?
Scale of 1 to 10, I don't really know, but I would put it towards the 10 side of things. So you're mostly doing everything yourself. What are you doing? Hold on, what was this doing before? It was calling stat root. By calling resolve path. Ah, that's what I want. I want resolve path, right? That's what I want. Which was very hard-coded before. Okay, so yes. I may be okay with creating a new function for this. All right, so first thing to do, if strlen path end path equals to this thing, we're just going to skip that character. After that, we can go through our entries and if it directly matches one of the entries, kind of a very similar thing to what we're doing when we're listing the entries. It's literally the same code. Am I still using Fuse? Do I know any network file systems that don't need Fuse? 9p for network is what I've been using, and Fuse, not really. I've been doing stuff inside of my OS first, and then I'll port it to Linux later. It was supposed to be the other way around, but I prefer to do it this way, because then I can just do whatever I want. Alright, now I'm too tired to keep doing this, and not entirely sure where this was ever gonna go. So for listing the contents of a directory, I think we are gonna leave that for next time. Where I want to be able to resolve these, actually, I'm gonna keep these. Next time being tomorrow. I want to be able to list out these files by recognizing that this is a path and recognizing that this is a sorting, and recognizing that this is an ID. All right, so it's even more path file system resolving shit. I don't know. All right, next time I'm streaming is in essentially 24 hours at 8:30 Europe, Central European time, and 7:30 UK time. I'm gonna continue working on this. Hopefully, I'm gonna be a little bit more rested. I can bring a new perspective into it. Hopefully. You never know. And hopefully, yeah, I'll have this whole thing working a little bit better. I can define more complex file system structures than what we have right now. All right. Hey, someone following this live. All right. Gonna do a raid on Twitch. I'm not gonna commit any of this code. This is just prototype code. Yep. Not shit code. Prototype code. That's what we call it. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.